days. Congrats on first, Mr. Small Like. How are you doing? What's up, Quiver? How are you doing? Thursday, aka day before Friday, Wednesday. Depending on where you're at, it could be a different day. That's the magic of the stream, guys. It's a goddamn time machine. It's an absolute time machine. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Hopefully you guys are chilling, hanging out. As per usual, we have some more Path of Exile that needs to be played. But also, this is probably going to be the last Path of Exile stream for, I don't know, maybe a week? Something like that. We'll see. We'll see how long Last Epoch goes for. And we'll play that until we decide that we don't want to play it anymore. And then we come back to Path of Exile, you know? That's kind of the natural progression of things here. But hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys are chilling. Hopefully y'all are having fun with whatever you're doing. I don't know what you're doing, but you know what? I hope it's good. I hope you're having a good time doing whatever you're doing. But we are in for another fun day. Looking at DJ, I would be up at 6 a.m. to watch a stream. Wait, so you're a DGen as in like, have you not gone to bed yet? Or did you wake up early?
How can I help?
Both. So what time do you normally sleep at? $12 from now. So, do you wake up in like the middle of the night at like 4 a.m. or something like that? Or do you wake up at like 1 or 2 a.m.? Damn, you work like you're basically a nocturnal dude. Holy. I mean, you know, some people do that. Some people do that type of schedule. So it's basically a good morning for you right now. Well, good morning, sir. Hopefully you hopefully you slept well and are going to have a nice and fruitful day. I don't know. I am both looking forward to Last Epoch tomorrow, but also like I also want to, like, push my Path of Exile character, too. So it's, like, a weird place to be. Yo, what's up, Cat? How's it going? Fingers crossed. Oh, yeah. See how... I mean, I'm sure we're going to have a good time with Last Epoch. I am probably going to play another Spin to Win Boy, is my guess. I held off on playing a Spin to Win Boy when we played Last Epoch like a couple weeks ago. So hopefully we'll have a good time with new Spin to Win. I think Spin to Win might have gotten a little bit nerfed in this patch from what I know. So we'll see how that goes and whether or not I mean, I'm sure we'll have a good time. Spin to Win is always fun. And while we are spinning on this build, it ain't quite the same as Cyclone. Cyclone is a different beast for sure. Why do I always get breaches on this map? I swear to God. I'm not spinning, I'm spiraling, I guess. I guess you could say that. But you could also say people who are spiraling are also spinning. I'm sure there's plenty of people who consider spiraling to be spinning. But I'm super excited. Not because of... I mean, I'm excited because of Last Epoch, but also, maybe you saw on the Discord today, but I posted that MapleStory just had their 20th anniversary announcement for Maple Global, and they are bringing an official classic MapleStory server. Thank fucking finally. They're finally doing that, and I am super excited for it. I am all for it, and whenever that happens, I will play the game for sure. But I'm guessing that won't be until 2026, though. Because they said that they're not going to announce any... Like, they're going to give more announcements during their offline event, which is going to be in, like, October, November. So... it's probably not going to be until 2026, unfortunately. Say that, but Spiral said to have a beginning and ending point, whereas spinning is continuous. I guess that's true. I guess it's also true with Cyclone. You could just go there, like, spin forever with Cyclone. We got, like, no freaking tribute from this run. My camera angle's off? Oh, shit, you're right. I am over on the bottom right as opposed to the center. Thank you. Appreciate it, Nexter. Yeah, I was, because I was recording a video today that required me to be on that part of the screen. So, thank you, thank you. Thank you for calling that out. See, you're not completely stupid. I don't think anybody ever said you're stupid. Kind of garbage ring. Unfortunate. We have another Citadel coming up, which is exciting. Hopefully this time I don't die to some completely random bullshit. I also so I made some upgrades off stream. I took off the helmet that we were using before, and we swapped it off to an energy shield helmet, and now we're using subterfuge mask or whatever. Use up all your knowledge for the week. How long does it take to get your knowledge back? Is it like a weekly reset type of situation? Like a week cooldown. Weekly. Yo, what's up, Jen? How's it going? Glasses. How cute. Yeah. I mean, I've been trying to wear glasses whenever I remember it, just because I feel like I've been straining my eyes a lot lately. And yeah. So that's why I'm wearing the glasses. Basically, whenever I remember, I wear them. How are you doing, Jenna? Hopefully you're having a good day. Happy Wednesday. So Last Epoch tomorrow, but also next Monday, I'm probably gonna be going to grab dinner with our boy Rogers, so maybe we'll have some IRL stream that day. Ain't thriving, just surviving. Ain't that all of us? Isn't that all of us? But you know what? Hopefully one of these days you get to start thriving. What would make it so you would start thriving? Like, what would it need to happen for you to consider your life to be, like, thriving? You want the morning shifts back? What are your shifts right now? What are your hours? Sleep discipline. I do too. 1 to 9 and 2 to 10. Wait, so 1 to 9 p.m. or a.m.? Is there a build guide? Yeah, hold up. I need to pin it. I've been good about pinning it these past 2 days, but I need to remember to do that right now. Here it is. There you go. Oh, that helps. 1 to 9 p.m. So you stay in bed until you gotta work. I don't like doing shit before I work. I see. So basically, if you had like a different schedule, if you had like a morning schedule, like maybe like a 9 a.m. start or a 10 a.m. start, you wouldn't feel like you're wasting so much time in bed. Is that what it is? I see. What is this shit game? What is this shit person? You. PoE2, log out, LE, log in. Shadow's late. I was like having work dinners with my friends afterwards. Yeah. That's always fun. That is always doing work dinners afterwards. Like doing dinners with friends is always fun. The thing is like, how to say it? Do you guys like at work? Do you guys like have friends at work? I feel like at none of my workplaces did I ever have like friends. I always, you know, had like coworkers, colleagues, whatever it might be, but like, you know, my friends were always people I had like outside of work, you know? I feel like I was never able to make work friends. None of them ever had like the same hobbies as me, for example. They were all like super normies. They're like, oh, did you watch the latest episode of, you know, Breaking Bad? Oh, did you see on the news last night about this politics thing? Oh my God, I want to go to like, you know, watch this movie at the theater. Oh, I took my kids to like the park the other day. It was great. I'm just like, damn, dude. What about this? Have you guys hear about this K-pop song? Oh, K-pop? What the heck's that? What about this game? Oh, you know, like Fortnite? I go to work to make money, not friends. I mean, it would be nice to have friends. I work at uni. All people are your age. 60 plus. Breaking Bad is peak, sir. I'm not saying it's not a good show. I just, you know, it's a normie show. It ain't fucking, you know, it ain't Jujutsu Kaisen. It ain't Demon Slayer. It ain't Kobayashi Dragon Maid, you know? It's just, it ain't the same. Track. Yo, so zoning, how's it going? You know what I mean? Like that's the thing, right? I whenever I went to like work, everybody was just a goddamn normie. I could never like talk about my hobbies. The chemistry guy, Breaking Bad is your sniffer. Not a guy who builds gunpla, and I was like, I got you, my friend. Oh my god. Yeah, no. None of those. None of those people in my work life. Ooh, another audience. Yo, let's go. I will partake. So everyone is normal by definition, you were the reject. You know what? They were normies, all right? They weren't normal. They were normies. MTX or Frenzy Balls that big naturally? It's MTX.
Now, your soul will join my steeple of death.
Hold still.
It's MTX. Miso wishes he had big balls. And, you know, honestly, I feel like nobody really wants to have huge balls. They want a huge dick, you know what I mean? If you had huge balls, it'll be like that episode of South Park where you're like bouncing around because they all had cancer. They had like ball cancer. This Asian guy Miso doesn't stop talking about his video games and cartoons, and he's like 30 something. No, I blended in very well with the normies. I blended in very well, but it's not to say that, you know, like I wish I had more friends who were into my hobbies, you know? I wish I had more friends who were into my hobbies rather than, yeah. Huge balls are bad, pretty easy to get yourself hurt. Exactly. %72 rarity. That's nice. I want to run a 72% rarity on like a freaking whatever. We'll just run like one of these temp chains maps. Rarity. Oh, that's not a lot of rarity, so we're good. Boop, 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 boop. Oh wait, that's 108% rarity. Oh my goodness. %47 rarity. Patches, chilled ground, resistance, or whatever. We're gonna go with this one. We'll run this one. Alpine Ridge. They'd be shocked to hear you were a Koreaboo. No, I mean, I was pretty open about my hobbies, to be honest. But like, you know, I wasn't talking about I wasn't like getting into the nitty gritty details of it. Do you want to talk about your sector lolly? Huh? What? Can you react to this? What is that? What is this? What is this video? Oh god. Azure Promenelia. What the fuck is this character? This is FBI. What are you having me watch? This is 100% an FBI character. New trailer after a year. Oh yeah, isn't Azure Promenelia like the Genshin Impact for Azure Lane world or something like that? Oh, alright. I see you. Look at this combat. Wait, hold up. This chick. Oh! Wow, look at those physics! Ooh, this chick, that chick was sick with the fucking swords and shit. Ooh, Lancer! Yo, is this fucking who's that? Is that fucking Leafa-chan? Is that Leafa-chan from Sword Art Online? And she's got a whatchamacallit, whatever the little tiny babe like girl is called. I don't even remember her name. Oh. Ooh, oh yeah, there was Pokemon stuff in this game. That's right. You could like catch Pokemons. It's like Pow World Genshin Impact. Damn, look, there's farming and shit. I guess it's like Power World. You can put your little Pokemon to become slaves, right? Yeah, it looks like that. That's the case. Yeah, look, it's like Power World. You have your fucking Pokemon and they're like slaves. Is this Power World? It's like Power World Gacha, I guess. Oh, yeah. Oh, whoa. I like the damage numbers. They remind me of like some old school MMOs. Drown. Oh. Ooh, Unicorn Rider. Azure Promenelia. Le Voyage. I didn't know this game was French. Le Voyage. That's cool. That's cool. I dig it. I'm down for it. I'll play it. You know this game's gonna pop up with the Chinese girls? You see, the thing is like, maybe one of these days I just need to be like a gacha content creator. Because like that way I can actually get female, you know, like a larger population of female viewers. And then maybe one of these days, you know, maybe one of these days I might actually be cool for once. No females in watching for more than 2 hours or all guys. Plus, you were a gacha content creator? No, I was never a gacha content. Well, I mean, I did at one point in time try to be an Epic 7 content creator. That is true. I did attempt to be an Epic 7 content creator. But that was when I was working, so like my posts were very inconsistent. Man was a Loa creator, same shit. Dude, I was watching Stoops today. He was watching, oh my god, also, again, I was saying this earlier, but the 20th anniversary stream for Maple Story announced, what is it called? They announced Maple Story Classic server. The official Maple Story Classic server is coming out. And I'm guessing it'll be in 2026. And I am so excited. I am going to play that shit. And we are going to have a good fucking time with it. Private Talisman. Yeah, he legit. Wua, ZZ, Zero Parmelia, AK Enfield, and then Ananta. Yeah, there's a lot of gacha games out there. If you're not already bald, here's an old school server. Yo, what's up, Sharpie? How's it going, man? 2 hours give and take. I played the old school Maple Story, like R-Tail. I played it for way longer than 2 hours. Also, I played a regular Maple Story for way longer than 2 hours. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? But yeah, I played old school Maple Story for way longer than 2 streams. I think when I was playing R-Tail, I think I played that game for probably at least like 20 hours. I probably played R-Tail for at least 20 hours. I mean, I just kind of log in whenever I like want to chill and relax. I have the tism. Isn't it the opposite? I'm pretty sure people who have it actually have the tism are like super focused on one thing. Focused on that message only. Isn't this something decent? Nope. Never mind. At most, 1 exalt. Ooh, 2 charm slots. Sadly, it is not really that great. Okay, this one, oh god, it's temporal chains. I don't want to play temporal chains. I really don't want to play temp chains. What is this? 105 increased rarity of items dropped here. Monsters are armored. It should be fine, right? We should be fine. All right, let's go juice this up a little bit. Let's go irradiated. We'll do ritual. Actually, no, we're kind of running out of rituals. Breach. And then we're going to do overseer. But yeah. I saw your thing earlier, Zonling, about Gogura. I mean, I'm pretty sure she's gonna be back. She's probably like I watched it a little bit more into it, and I watched her actual like message. I'm pretty sure she's back. She won't be back under Gogora though, but she will be back because it seems like she stopped. She's just leaving Hololive basically because she had disagreements with management. Made a LS build kind of bordery. Sorry, video that looks sick. What would you recommend for leveling through cool? Gas arrow. Gas arrow is what I would recommend. All right, let's take this bad boy on. Let's hope we don't die a very untimely death like last time. Because last time we died an innocent death. It was not our time yet, but unfortunately our poor soul was taken from us. So much goddamn damage over time. Oh god, please don't do this to me. Not right now, game. I need to not lag, because this is a citadel. And I would like to not lose my citadel. Would 100 exhaust allow me to get the build online pretty early after pool? Oh, 100%. This build is not very expensive to start off. If you want to reach, like, you know, higher ceilings, of course, it's going to start getting expensive. But just to get started, it's not very expensive at all. The really only two things, really the only thing you need is, whatchamacallit? You need the Snake Bite and you need Atzak's Sight, which are both very cheap. Both very cheap uniques. And Snake Bite's not even necessary, it's just that it increases your damage by a ton. You also ran OSMS? Yeah, I saw that shit, man. I'm excited. Whenever it comes out, I will definitely be playing. Your seed has infinite citadels. I've actually run into a lot of citadels as well. I wouldn't say I have infinite, but I've definitely run into a good number of them. Also, Trollus. Good morning, good morning. I don't want to do this right now. I'm trying. It's like terrible, right? I don't want to do the expeditions, but I need to do the expeditions to get the big explosion thing, so I can like actually do them without like, you know, being annoyed at placing down the explosions. Okay. 5.5 hour work, and then starts 10-day holidays. Yo, that's awesome, dude. Shadow, stop being a YouTube imposter. I swear to God. All right, Count Genor, get your ass down here.
Take the power that we deserve. Easy prey.
Perfect. Oh, come on, game! Don't do this to me, bro.
Freezing gale. Solstice of pain.
a lot of creators are going to Last Epoch. I mean, it makes sense, right? I think like a lot of creators aren't very happy with the season, but also I think regardless of whether or not they were happy with the season, I think they would have probably played it just because it's the new ARPG, right? A lot, and it's like it's a little bit different for those creators compared to me because I think like a lot of people come to me for Path of Exile content, whereas they're not like coming to me for just like general ARPG content. Whereas some of these creators have a little bit more of a general ARPG like audience. Yo, Deflex, I didn't fall. Appreciate it. The whole thing was fast. I got to breathe. Yeah, the partly it's kind of like annoying because he has 2 phases, so it kind of makes it a little bit tougher to like one shot him basically. A lot of them say PoE2 experience sucks for them, but that's what I see. Yeah, no, a lot of content creators aren't very happy with PoE2. It's I don't know. It's like weird because maybe it's because I'm not like a super like I'm not like a hardcore PoE1 guy, right? I haven't like spent a ton of time I haven't spent a ton of time recently in PoE1. So it's like maybe that's why I'm having one of the reasons why I'm having a better time than they are, because like they're used to an experience that's a little bit more complete, right? Like a more of a complete package. And they probably enjoyed some of the luxuries and content that PoE1 has in terms of like customizability, mapping, endgame content, everything compared to this. And I mean, I also think there's like certain things about this game that need improvement as well. But I still do think that there's a lot to enjoy about PoE2 that you can definitely get a lot of time and gameplay out of. PoE2 only has PoE1 compared, so people play PoE1 have complaints that are about PoE2 based off of PoE1. I think that is a not fair argument because it's not like PoE1 is I don't know. I don't think you can necessarily just say like, oh, the reason why I'm comparing like I think it's garbage because it's not PoE1, and PoE1 is the only thing that I have to compare it to. That's just kind of like weird in my opinion, because it's like you don't hear Dota players all the time going like, oh, I wish I had this thing about that was in League, or like you don't hear League players like saying like, oh, I wish like League was more like this thing from Dota or anything like that. Or it's like you don't really hear. Yeah, it's. I'm not sure if it's like really like a one-to-one comparison like that.
Take aim.
Ah, fuck! I messed up. It's because I have fucking what is it called? I have temporal chains. That's all they have for comparison? No, I totally understand the comparison of like, oh, here's like things from PoE1 that, should be in the game, but aren't for some reason. Like, for example, like what Flubgun was saying, I watched his video today. Like, he was saying, like, oh, why is distilling maps, like, so much easier in PoE1 compared to PoE2? You just press the button, and, like, it's way better, right? I get those ones. But when it comes to, like, the feel of the characters, the gameplay loop, and, like, all that stuff, I just I don't think that you should necessarily only just like look from it at a PoE standpoint, rather than like rather than looking at it from like a PoE, comparing it to a PoE 1 like versus PoE 2. Just look at it as a game standpoint. Like, how is this thing as a game? Is it good for the game? Is it bad for the game? Maybe it's good, like maybe you like it because you've experienced something like this before, but it's probably bad for the game to have it that way if you're thinking about maybe like the long-term viability of the game, or you know, like the quote-unquote vision or whatever.
Not yet.
Draw loss is still trash. 100%. I think something that it's like I really am annoyed at from PoE 2 is that they seemed, it's like, you know how there's a thing when like they were talking about the ROAs in the interview. It's like, oh, why, you know, why did you add the ROAs or whatever? And when you're like, I don't remember if it was an interview or if it was the Dawn of the Hunt stream, the reveal, when they were talking about like, oh, you know, ROAs are like a fun thing, and like I just wanted to add it in here because it's fun or something like that. And Jonathan talked about how he doesn't like to take away from the fun aspect of the game just to like fulfill some other things. But like a lot of times it does feel like they kind of purposely take away fun stuff to fulfill a certain goal. I don't know. Which is kind of like counter what he says. I wish I could roll as a shield charge. I want to see a roll charge for the shield out. That would be cool.
Not ready.
For example, like, I think removing density from Breach is a non-fun thing. I don't know. I don't think removing mob density is very fun in Path of Exile 2. Because clearly we always get these builds that can handle that density, and, you know, people like killing big groups of monsters. That was one of the things that, you know, Diablo 4 really struggled with at the beginning. The mob density was real ass, and people complained about it, and they were unhappy. And then later on, they added a lot more density, and people were a lot more happy. Like, I don't know, I don't understand why they take away mob density from breaches. Like, you know, maybe instead of taking away mob density, which is fun, maybe you should, oh god, maybe you should think about, like maybe they're thinking is like, oh, you know, breach is too OP or like whatever. That's why we're taking away density. But I don't think that should be like the way you should balance it. People are enjoying the density. I love Ignite enemies, watching hordes of enemies melt in fire. Yo, I wanted to make a build. There's a unique charm that basically makes it so that every time you get ignited, it does a fiery AoE around you based off of your HP. It's like 500% your HP, and it looks a lot of fun. It clears screens like crazy. Oh, wait, I didn't even read your comment, Ball. Yeah, show it. I'm thinking the video you're talking about is what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what you saw. Yeah. It seems like a really cool build. Single target-wise, it's definitely not the best, but AoE clear, it looks crazy good. It looks super fun. Gambu's chosen. No, it's a charm. It's a unique charm. It's like a dousing charm, and then you combine it with a chest that makes it so you don't need charges to use your charm. So you can, every time you ignite yourself, or every 3 seconds you ignite yourself, you can basically do a big screen-wide AoE. Like, okay, like, for example, like this, right? Look what I'm doing. This is not fun. This is not very fun. I understand why they make big maps in campaign, but when you make maps like this in maps, and you have, like, low move speed for characters, it's just kind of like, I don't know. It's not fun. It's not enjoyable for anybody.
Quick and lethal.
Yeah, Beira's Dowsing Charm, exactly.
I'm not ready.
Beira's Dowsing Charm. That is the one. We reaches to drop the end. Oh yeah, 100%. I wish it would work like Delirium. Also, it's really funny because the way that they fix Delirium, right? You know how they, or not they fix it, but they changed Delirium last patch to make it so that, I'm not finding that ritual. Not in this fucking temporal chains. They made it so that it's 2% slower expiration, but they also made it so that I think they made the end drops 2.5 times slower too. So, like, you have to sit there for, like, days before you can actually get your Delirium drops. It's so funny. I think they just basically took Delirium and everything about it, and there's, like, we're slowing it down by 2.5%, or 2.5x, including the amount of time it takes for drops to come out. But yeah, this is the Poe Ninja you're talking about, right? It's a Infernalist that uses crit to self-ignite, and then, yeah, exactly, right? You use the Dowsing Charm, use this Pragmatism armor, and then use Alpha's Howl to make it so your thing is, your AoE is larger. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, actually, okay, I understand why. Oh, they buffed the Black Flame. That's what happened. So Black Flame now has a 15% increased magnitude of Ignite that you get. Okay, cool. Yeah, but this is the setup. It's really cool. Basically, you can use this to get unlimited charm charges, and you use Grand Spectrums to just increase your life, and that way you're just like out there blowing the entire screen up. I think it's just Jonathan wants the game to be enjoyable for casual player, which is 300 hours annually. Well, I mean, I understand that, but, and I agree. I think the game should be enjoyable by casual players, but there's just like things that they add to the game that sometimes a casual player would probably never even touch or get to, and then it just kind of makes the experience worse for everybody else as well. You're already doing 2 million damage ignites with shield charge. Sheesh. But yeah, like this was the thing that Fubgun talked about in the Reforged thing. It's like weird, right? On one hand, I understand, like, I agree with him saying that he's saying, like, if you go to Disenchant, you should be able to do the same thing as Reforging. Like, if you put, for example, 3 maps into Reforge, right? You can upgrade the tier. And if you do it should make it so that you can do the same thing. You pop the 3 into here and then also Reforges. But I do think that there could be a level of confusion with players, as in, like, why does this make something different as opposed to if I just put 2 in there? But I do wish that there was a little more QOL there. Like, I think what it just should be is, like, you know what they should do? They should have an option here for game that's, you know how, like, you have, like, advanced tooltips options, right? You should have, like, a new player option versus a experienced player option or something like that. where it's like you can make it so that this allows you to do this and then get the same effects as Reforging Bench. Having things like that, where it's like it brings back some of like the convenience that they took away from that, and then put it back into the game. I don't know. Something like that would be nice. Yeah, vendor recipes, yeah. I think that would be a nice change. All right, you know what? Let's go do a King of the Mist. Let's go get that. Let's go get that bag.
Must always be willing
All right.
to change.
Where is this thing? Here it is. King of the Mist, boys! It is time! Alright, wish me luck. Oh, there's only 2 revives or something like that. Shit. How much longer do I think I'll be streaming for? Probably another 4 to 5 hours is what I'd say. Oh! Jesus Christ, that shit did a lot of damage. Okay, that's not good.
Bullseye.
Oh lord, this is not good. I can't see shit. Okay. So for the next area. Oh, what the? Oh, that was the moving one. Fuck. Oh, God, I'm lagging. I'm lagging. I'm lagging. I'm lagging. He is. Why is he not taking any poison damage from me? Oh, I think I just didn't poison him as well. Oh my god, the fucking poison shit. Oh god. Well, that sucks. There goes that.
Hello there.
Let's try one more time. Let's try one more time. Luckily, these aren't very expansive. Love your content. Don't you don't stop playing this shit. Ellie is not where it's at. Always a bad Ellie, so I know what not to do. I mean, I think both of them are gonna be fun. I'll be honest. Okay, let's try this again. Oh my god. Why is my internet like this, bro? Hold up. You know what? We're gonna before we go in there, we're gonna do something real quick. we are going to give my internet a quick restart. And see if it helps it out. Even though I restarted my computer a couple times, it's sometimes kind of bullshit. All right. Let's try this. Hopefully it fixes problems. It like doesn't help like during that fight the internet was like being like complete bullshit. Yo, Puxin, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. All right. Let's do this. Okay.
Raining death. Not ready.
Okay, there it is. This way. Nice, that was fast. Oh, Jesus Lord, that was bad. I fucking hit the stupid totem. Oh, wait, that was the standstill one. Fuck. Oh, get me out of here.
Need more time.
God, this is just, there's just so much bullshit on the ground. It doesn't give me any time to fucking set up my combos. Okay, get one. Oh my god, I got petrified already. I thought I was gonna be fine. Okay. And there it is. Okay. There we go. Got him this time. We got him this time. Well, of course. Of course.
That's quite nice.
Ellie hype today? I mean, today as in when it comes out, sure, yeah. But it is not today yet for me. Saw our new character again? What are you playing? Okay. That was tier... I think that was tier 3 ritual. Tier 3 ritual. Complete. Living in the future, sorry. Smith of Katava? What are you going to play on him? Okay, we're going to do this one. Cool, our ritual atlas is now maxed out.
Go forth and grow.
I want to watch the world burn. Okay. We still need more damage, boys. Clearly, we still need more damage. I think really the next big upgrade for me will be either A, new weapon, or B, Rizlatha's belt. Those are the two items that I think will give me a significant upgrade to our damage. Unfortunately, Rizlatha is kind of expensive for me right now. We don't really have the Divine to pay for it. What are you going to be playing as League Star of LE? I'm see my roots play Tonic Fissure Warlock. I am going to stick to my roots as well, and I'm going to play Void Knight, Warpath Void Knight. I'm pretty sure it got nerfed this patch from what I know, but I'm still going to play it. Want to sleep? So I'd be senior +1 viewer. Yo, thank you. Appreciate that, man. Sleep well. Your last young is transplant blood orb. I haven't really looked too deeply into like all the different builds and stuff in the game. Like when I played it last time, like, well, I played it last time like a month ago, right? But before that, and when I played a month ago, I literally didn't look at any guides. I literally just went in completely blind and just like made a build off of like what I think would work. And then that was a lot of fun. And it was like a Blade Vortex character, basically. Blade Vortex Shaman. But then, well, I don't remember what the skill was actually called, but it was Blade Vortex in PoE 1. But that was a lot of fun. So I don't really know what, like, all the builds are out there, because the first time I played it, I never looked it up. And the second time I played it, I never looked it up. I basically just was like, you know what? I am going to play Warpath, and that is all I care about. And that is going to be my motto this time as well. Warpath is all I care about. New rogue ability looks really cool. Everyone's going to play that. I also thought about rogue because like they just look very mobile and fun. But I'm just going to go with the tried and true. My favorite of all time, Warpath. Because who doesn't like a good cycle in an RPG? Giving any player the creativity to make any skill viable is really good in an RPG. Yep. I honestly, I mean, I haven't tried every skill in Last Epoch, but it really does kind of feel like that's the case where you can make every skill viable. Oh yeah, baby. Look at these breach splinters. Look at these breach splinters. We hang out on Monday? Yeah, let's do it. I'm down. Made the skill you want to work, and it worked. Yep, exactly. What do you wanna eat, dude? Anything in mind?
In my sights.
No surprise me. All right, I'm gonna need you to close your eyes, get on your knees, open your mouth real quick. I'll give you a surprise.
Hello there.
dim sum. Yeah, that's not happening. Also, nobody eats dim sum for dinner. That's literally like, that is illegal. Eating dinner for dim sum is absolutely illegal. You should be, honestly, I think it should be considered a war crime to eat dim sum for dinner.
Kind man.
Good old tacos. I mean, I agree. We'd never go on with good old tacos. But I mean, we could do. It also depends. Are we missing our girl? Are we missing our? I mean, then again, I don't even know if that girl works on Mondays. But it depends. Do we want to visit that izakaya place or not? If it does, then it, if we do, then it changes up, like, then it kind of decides what we eat. Does she even work on it? Yeah, I don't even know. Honestly, kind of down. Okay, sure. Then, do we want to get the sushi place that we couldn't go to last time? I can, if they're open, I can make a reservation. How do you gain frenzy charges and bosses? I just gain random power charges. You have to, unspec off a residence when you go into, like, pinnacle bosses. Basically, I would not recommend anybody use this build if they aren't able to comfortably clear bosses without, like, relying on the super frenzy charge snipes. Oh, piece of shit. Feeding for the waitress Gyat. Nah, not quite. We just think it's funny. Okay. He's a magician. Where'd he go? Do I have to do a switch to gain the charges? Yeah, so basically whenever I go up against pinnacle bosses, I refund my passive for this residence, and then I use Sniper's Mark to gain frenzy charges. But if I'm just doing normal mapping and stuff like that, I don't have to do that. She looks cute. I had sushi the other day. It was ass. Damn. Which ass? Whose ass? Which fish's ass did you have that day? She looks cute with her mask. Yeah, I'm sure that's only with her mask. I'm sure if she did not have her mask on, you would probably think differently. This has 2 charm slots. How many suffixes do we have? We have an open prefix and an open suffix. Yeah, no, that's garbage. That's garbage.
Until next time.
I can't get the charges even to normal map bosses. Then I mean, the thing is, what you do is you try to get your charges before you hit the boss. Because you can't, if with the current setup, right? You're basically not gonna get charges unless you're breaking armor, which, you know, you can try breaking the armor of the boss and hoping you get a charge from that, but yeah, that's kind of like unreliable. I'm locked in that she's cute. Nothing changes things. All right, brother. All right, whatever you say. Like for me, right? I for this build, I can kill the bosses just fine without having charges, so that helps out a lot. And that's why like I wouldn't recommend like swapping to this build unless you can kind of do that. But if you really want to like, you know, use this build before you can reliably kill bosses without like charges, then I would recommend that you try your best to just gain the charges before you go into the fight. And then you can, that way you can have the charges for the fight into the boss and just one-shot him. Yeah, you have to save charges for the boss. Can you show one boss without charges? Yeah, sure. I really like the new affinity stash tabs. It's so buggy. My delirium shard is going to my breach stash tab instead of delirium tab. Oh yeah, no, it's the same thing with me. I don't even have a breach stash a breach tab. I just put them in my currency tab because that way you can have just stack up to infinite basically. And then whenever I try to put the breach like splinters into my currency tab, it just goes into my fragments tab for some reason. It's great. It's wonderful. I mean, it's honestly, at this point, I've just given up, and I'm just like, yeah, just go into whatever tab you want to go into. It's still more convenient to just be able to press those buttons and just have it go into a reliable tab that I know will be there when I check it. But it is a little bit annoying, and I hope they fix it soon. We're fragments to currency because of this. No, that's exact. That's oh wait. So wait, how do you fit everything? Do you not like use your? Do you not use the fragments tab for tablets? Where do you put your tablets? In a different tab? I see, I see. So you manually place those ones instead of letting it like auto sort into it. Yeah, I just given up. I'm just like, you know what? My breach fragments can go into here. It's fine. It is my breach and delirium fragments can go into here. I've given up. It is what it is. Whatever happens, happens. Okay, so here, I mean, this one I will actually have to fight without charges, at least on one of the bosses anyways. This is a double boss map. So, yeah. So, I'll use the charges, right? We'll go in here and we'll do without the charges. Wait, what? Where did I get these charges from? Oh, it's because I broke his armor. That's where I got the charges from. I'm just gonna use this. The first guy, I was, yeah. So that's how you do it without charges. Perpetual charge? I don't think it came back. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it didn't come back. Let me pull it up. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. So basically, I used my charge right here, right? You see, give me a second. So before I go in, oh wait, what? See, I use my, oh, what the heck? Why'd the charges come back? Do you see this? I use it. Oh, no, I think it's because I broke something's armors. That's what happened. Maybe there was a mob that I killed off screen or something like that, and that gave me my charges back. Because you see, I used Barrage, or I used Spire Volley, and I got rid of the charges, but then it came back. I think I broke the armor or something off screen is what happened. But either way, you saw how I dealt with the second boss without any armor or without any charges. Oh no, I was questioning why I had charges I was questioning why I even had charges to begin with. Gloves are so strictly seen. So many good gloves and build-defying gloves. What gloves are you looking at? I mean, the glove slot has always been really good. I mean, last season the best glove was Hoa. Glove was always a unique glove opportunity.
Yes.
Only one flask or only one charm slot? Lame. Yo, it's me, Slayer. Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Alright, how are these fragments doing? I need to bring my delirium fragments over here, I think, because for some reason they are going in there. Using Essentia, which is ES Leech. Ooh, that sounds nice. But yeah, where should we go now is the question. Where should we head towards now? I guess maybe we just keep proceeding this way. Oh, there's a corrupted area here. Okay, let's head towards there. Let's head in that direction. Oh, you had through your poison explanation video is super helpful for poison ranger. Any tips for a beginner for people who want to make a poison ranger build? I mean, what type of poison ranger are you trying to go for? Like, what build are you trying to go for? Are you trying to go like a gas arrow build, or like a poison burst arrow build, or well, what are you trying to do? I want to see a K-pop group do covers of Eminem songs. That's probably not gonna happen. I mean, this is just a very, very like broad question. Like, what advice do you have for me as a poison build character? I mean, I guess I could just go over the basics of poison. That for the most part, especially if you're starting off, you're probably gonna be scaling physical damage. So just trying to make sure you have as much physical damage as possible on your tree and on your character itself. Whether it be from equipment, from your weapon, from your gloves, from your rings, all that stuff. Having physical damage is going to be helping you a lot with your damage in general. Because poison is based off of how much physical damage you're doing on your first initial hit. So That's kind of like a general advice that I have for you as a brand new PoE player trying to go into poison. And then other than that, just try to grab as much stuff on the tree that gives you poison. I'd say, like, you know, the ones that you should grab node-wise are here, here, and here. You don't have to worry about this one. This one's pretty garbage. And then this poison node right here. Basically, every poison node on the tree, except for this little cluster right here, is going to be good for you. Does accuracy matter? As long as I feel like Abyssal off from a volley and not getting any charges. I mean, accuracy definitely does matter in the sense that if you're not hitting your enemy, you're not going to get you're not going to do damage. You're not going to get charges. But for the most part, you're a dex character, so you're really not going to struggle too much with accuracy. I'd say in general, Spiral Volley, while it is a ranged attack, you kind of should be playing it like a melee character. If you in most situations. So again, that's another reason why accuracy doesn't matter too much for this character. It does matter, but it's not like the biggest deal because you should be trying to shoot your arrow as close to the enemy as possible anyways, because that's how you ensure like all the arrow, like more arrows hit that first enemy and you're able to kill it, and the bounces later should be, you know, take care of the rest. Just as a popular advice, don't drink toilet bowl cleaner. Very wise words. You know, I would refute that because some people might want to drink toilet bowl cleaner because, you know, maybe they have a eco-friendly, biodegradable, edible toilet cleaner, you know? You never know. Maybe in the future that'll happen, and maybe it will be okay to drink the toilet cleaner at that point. You shouldn't close out be so empty mind, like closed-minded, and not think about the future like that. Come on, man. Come on. You'll keep it up. It cleans your toilet and your bowels? Yo, imagine. That would be crazy.
Death from above. Quite
nice. I guess the other thing I have, piece of advice that I have for you in general is like, getting a good quiver is very important. I think a lot of people don't put enough emphasis when they're starting off on their quiver, because if you're building your character correctly, you're likely going to be getting nodes that will be boosting or enhancing the capabilities of your quiver. So you should try to focus on getting your quiver to be... Your quiver and weapon should be your main focus. And you should try to get as much physical damage, bow skill damage, and stuff on that to make it so that you're doing good damage. Quiver me timbers. Yo, what's up, body? How's it going? Ooh, wait, no. There's already 3 free pixels on here. Shite. I was gonna say, if I had life on this, it could have been pretty decent. But, sadly, it doesn't. Well, maybe we put it in the recom tab for later. I think tonight we will be able to do another... What is it called? Another Zesht, hopefully? Because we're pretty close. We are pretty dang close, boys. We are at 228. We should be able to get it. And depending on whether we do some more simulacra, we could also look to do a delirium. Though I feel like that could be a little bit disastrous, let's just say. It could be that could be a possibility of us just absolutely getting shreked. You see, I also, one thing about Last Epoch is I haven't looked into any of the new changes that they're bringing into the game, other than the fact that they are changing, they're making it so that you have WSD. So I'm looking forward to seeing all the new changes they bring in tomorrow, just like getting hit by it all at once. Also, I was looking at, like, because Shadow earlier, and also I saw it on my feed, Rax posted a speed run guide for Last Epoch, and I feel like I've seen quite a few people try to, like, you know, do like speed run tactics for the game too. But I don't know. I don't know if I would really even want to play the game like a speed runny and like try to speed run through the campaign, because it feels like I don't know, I feel like the campaign should be part of the fun, I guess. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know, maybe you guys don't agree, but I don't know if, like, I necessarily want to try to, like, speed run through the campaign. Unless the campaign's just that boring, which, I mean, granted, my experience with the campaign in Last Epoch is not, like, it wasn't, like, exciting or anything like that. I still think Path of Exile 2's campaign is, like, leaps and bounds ahead of it. But I don't know. Durdle around and count my wisdom scrolls. Speedrun is boring, yeah. After playing with WASD in PoE 2, plays her to play Last Epoch without WASD. Yeah, that's like one of the reasons why I'm like looking forward to this Last Epoch Season 2, is because the WASD in PoE 2 was pretty like it was a pretty big game changer. And the fact that they're bringing it into Last Epoch, I think, is a good thing. And I think more ARPGs should incorporate WASD into their game. Now, I know that for PoE 1, it's probably, like, not possible to do. The game is just so designed around, you know, just mouse click. But just, like, any future ARPGs, I think should put WASD into their game by default. And, you know, I think most ARPGs these days have controller support, so I don't think it'll be that hard to do. Granted, I think the PoE 1 controller support is really bad, but any new ARPG should definitely have WASD. How do you go bounce? A lot of people bounce off ARPGs and it was just clicks to boo, and that's what turned me and made it hard for me back in day one. Really interesting. Is it because, like, you're, like, more of, like, a... Like, have you never played, like, any point-and-click type of games? Like, you know, maybe, like, a MOBA, like a League of Legends or anything like that in the past? Or maybe you're, like, a controller player or something like that? Because I feel like the point-and-click is kind of, like, a very classic type of, like, movement style. I mean, maybe if you're, like... I mean, I don't know how old you are, but, like, back in the days, there were a lot of MMOs that were point-and-click. A lot of MMOs were point-and-click back in the days, and I played a lot of those. You're a chronic League addict, and you got still super turned off by point-and-click. Interesting. Why not both, like a move with command and WASD? Oh yeah, no, I definitely advocate for both. But I'm just saying that, you know, in the past, they've always been just point and click, and I'm hoping that every ARPG from now on has both options, and both of them feel the same to play, if, you know, or at least both of them feel good to play, let's just say. I don't want to catch your cooties. ADC, not ADC, or something that's click/high, oh, like high APM. Patch with at least 100 pages long, you're definitely going to be hit by a lot this season. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it.
Time is not on our side.
Hopefully I'll be getting hit by a lot of good. Wait, when did I use my... When did I die? Fuck. I don't remember dying. This way. Oasis. Yo, what's up, Deke? How am I doing it? I'm doing well. We're just, you know, the usual. Chilling with some Path of Exile 2. Getting ready for some Last Epoch tomorrow. I wish PoE has both. Using Velocity is something laziness, skills like Blink, charge need additional directions. Are you saying PoE 1? You wish PoE 1 had both? Aussie and PoE 2 is the thing I never knew I needed in ARPGs. Yeah, same. Same. Because, like, you know, it's like you've played this type of game for so long that you... It's like the thing where people say you don't know what you don't know, right? You don't know what you want until you see... until you've experienced it. And that's kind of like how I felt about WSD and PoE 2. It's like, wow, this is so intuitive. I was very, like, the thing is, I was actually, I think I wasn't alone in being skeptical at the beginning. I think I, along with a lot of other people, were very skeptical about how WSD would work out in ARPGs. But, like, after PoE 2, it's more of like a, why isn't this in every RPG? PoE 2? PoE 2 has both. PoE 2 can, you can use mouse click and WSD. A week Claire Obscura 33. Wait, what's that? They need a buffer over Exile. I don't even notice them half the time. Oh, 100%. 100%. Just bought a 2-div crossbow on Witch Hunter, first time I enter, and I get a divine drop. Hey, yo, let's go! That's basically getting 50% off your crossbow, right? I played like 2 or 3 maps off stream today, and I got a div drop today, and I was very happy about that. And I was like, damn, imagine if I wasn't running a map right now. I wouldn't have gotten that div drop. Because I usually don't play too much off stream. I play off stream a lot when I'm like first starting off a character, and I'm like super invested into it, but then after that, I kind of like don't really play off stream. I try to focus my time on like YouTube videos and like all that stuff. Though today I was kind of lazy. I didn't make a YouTube video or a short today. I felt bad. Rulers strong. Strong boxes still suck. Yep, that still sucks. Yo, what's up, Mr. Boist IQ? If it's not streamable, so you bought the Divine for a real money. I'm reporting you now. Damn. Caught. You caught me. You caught me, boys.
Patience.
You saw unique helmet for rare? I did. I did. I basically built in more poison chance on my character through jewels. And then that way I could keep the high poison chance. Yo, Raphael, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. So my build now is not running the unique helm anymore. And then we just built in a lot of poison chance onto our jewels. Do you RMT those wisdom scrolls?
Patience.
Yeah, for more HP exactly. Isn't it a support gem that recovers ES on kill? I don't think they ever had one, did they?
The Jews
Death from above.
remember the worthy.
Live on your Twitch, I only see you on TikTok? Yo! Thank you for coming by and saying hi. I appreciate it, man. I bet Elon Musk RMT's wisdom scrolls. Man. I mean, I don't think Elon Musk RMT's anything. I'm gonna be honest. I think he just pays his well, it depends. If the dude that he has play his character wants stuff, then he'll RMT for it. But other than that, I don't think he RMTs. He just lets the dude that plays his account like get his shit for him. But I feel like Elon Musk probably now doesn't like. I think he's done with PoE in the sense that I don't think he's having people play his account anymore. Because last time he streamed himself just like going through the campaign in hardcore, just dying. Are you planning on being a Magma Berry build going this league? Sadly not, because from what I can tell, Magma Barrier is dead as a build. 5 tribute off audience, time to log off. Yo, it's time, dude. It's time to get that audience. I actually just found an audience earlier tonight. And we did our tier 3 King of the Mist. Yeah, Magma got a big nerf. High in maps just blasting everything. Elon? I'm pretty sure last time Elon was dying to the fucking worm in Act 1. In his last stream. I use Magma Bear as a supplement on my shield charge. Its damage got nerfed by 90% on the high end. Yeah, it's not. You cannot use it as a damaging, like main damage ability anymore. So something I was looking at actually, and this might be a project for post Last Epoch, but Shield Bash has a super high stun coefficient. So it like you stun shit like crazy with Shield Bash, like the one you block with your shield. So I was thinking maybe like, you know, doing like a Shield Bash like Spear of Solaris situation going on. So instead of using like a buckler on a spear character, I'd use a shield, and then I'd Shield Bash the bosses so they get stunned a lot, and then every time they get heavy stunned, I'd drop a Spear of Solaris on them. I don't know. Spear of Solaris is probably still just a super garbage skill, but, you know, a boy can dream about making it work. Hey, what's up, Hagel? This looks like very chill to play. Oh, yeah, it is very chill. I literally just go around and press one button. It's great. Are we still playing your gas grenade? Or gas grenade, Bonko? Guide to the Druid boss in the campaign. Next stream has a high endgame Huntress. Oh, does he have a high endgame? Did he stream again recently? Let's see here. Where do we want to go? Can I get all 3 of these?
Try to go as far as you can with the detonator.
2,
Further. Keep going. Away from me.
2,
Further. Keep going. Away from me.
3.
All placed. Shall we light it up? I should also mention this might be you can take it.
Oh my god, these guys are so beefy. These guys are goddamn beefy. Those shield guys are always so annoying with these. I swear to God. They take forever. They are so hard to kill for some reason. Also, who the fuck is exploding my ass? Shield charge got buffs, so my shield charge does biggie damage now. I think most like shield warriors are playing shield charge as their main damage ability. For me, I have a couple of builds in mind for like kind of where I want to go and where I want to take my characters after this. But like none of them seem like very solid. Like this build is definitely the most solid build that I'm gonna have this league is my guess. But I'm also a little bit worried. I'm worried that when I stop playing Last Epoch, or stop playing PoE and playing Last Epoch, like PoE might run out of steam. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. Blood Mage? No, Blood Mage is unfortunately not great. I think that they need to make it so that Blood Mage doesn't have to get locked behind stupid, like, blood globule shit or whatever. And especially, like, I think they need to make it so that it's not the first ascendancy that you take. The negative, the downsides outweigh the positives way too much, I feel. Yeah, that forced thing at the beginning to forcing you to take it does just suck. I mean, it's thematic, I guess, right? But like, I don't think it's very fun. You know, it goes back to that thing about like, you know, whether you should, like, you shouldn't make something less fun just for like a theme or something like that. I think that's stupid. Like, if it was like a limitation that was fun to work around, maybe sure. But to me, it doesn't seem like, you know, people have fun with that limitation at all. If anything, like, maybe if you do take it, it is, like, much stronger. Like, it gives you a lot more than what it does now, which it pretty much doesn't give you anything for taking that node. It's basically just a dead node that's, like, a negative and nothing else. I think they need to make it, like, you know, every time you grab one of these, like having the node will give you some like big benefit other than just like, oh, you can overleech now with your life or something. And while the late game potential is good, I also think that the amount you can scale HP, I think is just too low. I think, like, for example, Infernalist is just a better ascendancy for crit damage in every single way, shape, and form. I think they nerfed Proto by removing 30% recoup ascendancy. Now you have to invest so much in it to get 100%. Yeah. I don't know. It's like weird, right? You would think that they would buff the Ascendancy since it was underperforming and not like nobody was really playing it.
I'm not
But they kind of took away some of the things that kind of made it like strong. Non-unique strong boss, so ass. Oh yeah, no. Strong bosses are garbage. The only time you should ever open a strong boss really is when it's a unique strong box. I mean, I think maybe researcher strong boxes are okay to open too. Earlier I tried opening a jeweler strong box and that was ass too. Have you got other streamers' feedback? A lot of are quitting the game. I mean, I think that there's a lot of valid feedback for sure. Like, I was watching Fubgun's video, and I think he puts in a lot of really good points. I actually think Fubgun's review was, like, a very fair review of this league. He doesn't really compare it too much to, like, Path of Exile 1 or saying, like, he wants to be faster, but he really, like, lays out, like, here are some really big problems about the game right now in the core gameplay loop that I'm like, yeah, you know what? You're right. These things are kind of bullshit and, like, shouldn't exist in the game. I think like some other people, like for example, I know there was like a clip going around about like Cute Dog talk about the game. I mean, he didn't really even review the game. He just said like it's not fun, I'm quitting. But yeah, it's a lot of streamers just from what I saw, like even like Rue for example was just like, yeah, I'm not having fun, you know. And he doesn't really like say like why he's not having fun or like can't pinpoint why he's not having fun. So I don't know. Those are a little bit harder to like judge. But watching Fubgun's review was I think it was a very good review of what he thought about the game and why he doesn't enjoy it as much. Can you link the video, please? Oh, Fubgun, Fubgun. The Turbo Juicer streamers aren't having fun. I mean, I think even like Gazzy is not having the most fun from what I can tell, but I think it's just because like there's a lot of... I think the big problem is like there's still a lot of problems with minions. That's probably another big problem. I saw some people saying Ben's burning out, but he also did like a 27-hour stream or something like that, so I don't know how much of that was true. Yeah, and he said minions are always responding. Like, yeah, so basically, like, fundamental problems with, like, minions is the reason why that he's not having fun. Rather than, like, the game itself not being fun. Those streamers leaving could boost your viewership, hopefully. Sadly, I don't think that's the case. What's your map? This is 15. I hope you're having fun. Oh yeah, no, I'm having a really good time. I mean, to be honest, if I wouldn't even have even cared if Last Epoch came out like now or not. Like, to be honest, I wish Last Epoch didn't come out so soon. I wish it came out in, like, May or something like that. Because I'm still having a really good time with the game. I don't want to stop playing.
Not yet.
That was all the issue being basically if you don't play Spheres now, you're missing out because of how much better Spheres are compared to everything else. I mean, it's definitely way better than other things, but I mean, I don't feel like I'm like playing a build that's way less, like way worse than a Spear. Like, I mean, it's way worse, but like, I don't feel like I'm like, you know, other than the fact that, oh, maybe my clear would be like a little bit better and my single tar would be a little bit better. I don't think I feel that much more disadvantaged compared to spears. Like, the clear feels good on this build, right? And I think that's all that matters. It's not about, like, oh, spears are, like... I don't care if, like, spears are, like, way stronger than this build, because it just feels, like, as long as the build feels good to play, that's all that matters to me. And maybe that's just because of me as a person. Like, I don't really... Like, I was listening to, like, Flubgun talk today about his, like, whole thing, like, oh, it feels really bad that you have to, like, go juice, like, you have to go find 3 towers to go juice them to get currency, right? And, like, I'm like, you don't have to. Like, that's just because you want, like, that's because you want to min-max it. Like, I have not been doing that at all, and I've been enjoying and having a lot of fun with the game. Like, I think, like, you know, a lot of the points that he made are valid, and I think that it would be nice for people who are playing like him that if you didn't have to do that, like, you didn't feel like you had to do it, but you don't have to do it. Like, I don't even think about that at all. I just put my tablet in the tower, I keep going, I keep blasting. I'm having a good time playing the game. You have to find 3 towers, not have to go find them. Like, he's saying, like, you have to find, like, because there's 2 towers, right? Basically what he's saying is, like, I don't know if yeah, so this one, right? This is a 3 tower setup, though there is kind of, like, not much here. But here's, like, kind of a 3 tower setup too, right? Like, this area. Yeah, this area would be, like, a really good area to, like, farm shit, because you can, like, basically set up all these towers to, like, super uber juice these areas and get a lot of shit out of it. Yeah, basically you get the Venn diagram, right? And then you're influencing your areas with, like, a shit ton of towers, and you're getting a lot more rarity, a lot more drop, a lot more everything. But so what he's saying is, like, he feels like he needs to look for these super juiced areas, or else it's, like, not fun and he's not getting the currency. Tried Lightning Spear, fun but boring. Played Lich Chaos, Lich Storm minions, Kadava Smith. Don't find it even fun. I'm searching for something I enjoy. You always go for 3 slots and towers? Yeah, these days I am. Because I don't see a reason not to go for it. Unless, like, you're struggling to clear. I think it's OCD, go tower, put out. Well, it's not OCD, because you get a lot of value off of having 3 towers. If you, like, the loot that you get from having 3 towers, if you're, like, if you got Rarity, if you got all your things set up correctly, like your Atlas set up correctly, your Rarity on your gear, and then you get your, like, good tablets onto the 3 towers, you notice a difference. It's a huge difference in the amount of loot and the quality of loot that you get from it. But again, I just don't care about it. I'm not, like, gonna be out here, like, trying to, like, I'm not gonna, like, ruin my game experience and make it like a, you know, basically just like a, oh, I need to find the next tower simulator just because I get better loot from it. Like, I don't care about it enough to do that. And I've always been like that with every single game that I play. It's like, if I don't want to do something, I don't care if it gets me, like, a lot more efficiency. I don't care if I'm being disadvantaged by not doing it. Like, if I don't enjoy playing the game when I do it, then why do it at all, you know? And I understand, like, you know, Flubgun's, like, you know, his whole thing is built off of, like, oh, efficiency, blasting, whatever, right? That's his brand. So, you know, I kind of understand that. But, like, you know, in reality, you don't need to play the game the way he does.
Deadly aim.
Are currencies a rarity? Yes, they are. They are. You 100% need rarity if you want to juice your currency drops. I personally don't think, I don't want that to be the case, and they actually removed that from PoE 1, in my opinion. Like, they removed it from PoE 1 for a reason. And I don't know why they added it back into PoE 2. Never had issues. I mean, you're not going to have issues, but like you will notice a difference if you juice Rarity versus not juicing it. You 100% will. It's like you don't know what you've never experienced, right? You don't know what you don't know type of situation. As well as Enio's better. Grind maps deal with pinnacle bosses. That's and the Wisp feel boring, underwhelming. Box is kind of cool. T1 feels the same as T15. That's your issue with the game. I agree, but that they should have more. But at the end of the day, what I will say to that is that, you know, it's early access, right? That's why it doesn't feel like it's a complete game, and there's like missing certain things, and it just doesn't have like as robust of an end game as Path of Exile 1 or even Last Epoch, because both of those games are fully released games, whereas this game is just not even a 1.0. We're on 0.2, guys. We have 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9 and to go before we can even get to 1.0. I only know that I know nothing. I heard someone saying it doesn't influence quantity. Rarity only affects it good. No, that's Path of Exile 1. Path of Exile 1, Rarity doesn't affect currency. Though they also got rid of quantity in Path of Exile 1 too. But in Path of Exile 2, Rarity does affect currency. 100% it does. I'm gonna send a clip of what Al Kaiser said, something I agree with. Can you watch it? Yeah, sure. Wish there was a fun Sork Fire or Frost build. They seem weak. I know Mathel's playing around with Fire right now, but I don't know. I don't think he's playing Sork. I think he's playing Infernalist. But I think Fire spells are actually in a better place than they were in 0.1, though. I think, what was it? Was Jung Rome was playing a Fire build too? I think too. I don't know what class he was playing it on. I think it was probably also Infernalist. But yeah, I don't think Sork is very much a fire like ascendancy though, because they have cold and ice, right? Or sorry, cold and lightning for Stormweaver.
Hold still.
It was Blood Mage? I see. But yeah, Mathel's playing an Infernalist. I know that. Everyone has Cold and Lightning. What is that damage? I mean, it's not even that good, honestly. Compared to what people are doing with the spears, it's not even that good. But yeah. At least for map bosses, it's not bad. Okay, let's listen to this, right?
If you don't like the current state of mapping in PoE 2, like it's not just like someday, like it's just gonna completely become 25,000 times better or something overnight. Like if it genuinely, like for whatever reason, there is no logic here, by the way, but if it bothers you that it takes 10 minutes to complete a map, regardless whether the map takes 3 minutes or 10 minutes should be completely irrelevant to you. Is the process of running the map, you know, running around killing the mobs, clicking the mechanics, and doing the stuff that's in the map, is that satisfying for you? That's the real question.
In PoE 2, what is the...
That makes a lot of sense. I watched that today too. It definitely makes a lot of sense because, like, at the end of the day, it's the same thing as the way Jonathan describes it, actually. It's funny when he describes the campaign, right? Because people are like, oh, how fast does it take for you to clear the campaign? And he's like, well, you know, that's something that never crossed my mind because I don't actually ever think about how fast to clear it. Because if it's fun, it should be fun even if it takes me 24 hours to clear the campaign versus 3 hours. So it's kind of the same thing with that, where it's like, it doesn't matter how long it takes for you to clear the map. As long as you enjoy the process of clearing the map, that's all that matters. The guy looks dangerously like Asmongold. The thing is, for some PoE streamers, the experience isn't fun, therefore they're quitting. Yeah. And I think that's fine, right? I think that's fine. But it's like a tough situation, right? I think that there needs, and it's not like that there needs to be this, but there is a lack of this type of like messaging that I wish was more common, where it's like, I'm not having fun with the game right now, and that's why I'm not playing it. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you should, like, if you're wrong for having fun with it or something like that, right? I feel like there's a lot of like, I'm not having fun with it, and then everybody in the audience is like, yeah, game shit, game sucks, right? But then there's not enough like a messaging of like, you know, it doesn't, just because I'm not having fun with it doesn't mean that the game's shit. It's just not for me at the moment. Maybe in the future it'll get better, and I hope it gets better and becomes more for me. But yeah, that's kind of like where a lot of like, I think the PoE 2, like, oh, PoE 2 sucks, whatever, comes from. It's partly from like the fact that some people do actually think it sucks, right? And I do think that there are a lot of things that make it not a great, like, you know, that make it not as great of a game as PoE 1, for example. But I do think that the game is not bad. Like, when you say that the game sucks, I think about Concord. I think about, you know, like, I was gonna say Assassin's Creed Shadow, but that game is actually okay. I think about, like, you know, Avowed. I think about Dragon Age Veilguard. I think about all these other games, like, what is it? Like, the Avengers game by Square Enix or whatever. Like, I think about these games. Those games suck. I don't think Path of Exile 2 sucks. I just think, like, you know, maybe there's some things in there that you don't like and you wish they would change, or it's, like, not for you. Yo, what's up, SJ? How's it going? It's like the quote, if you waste time, if you enjoy the game, you've wasted it, kind of now. Yeah. Fair, but it's like once in a million years you have a game that'll be fun after 600 hours. Oh, for sure. For sure. Be excited for Last Epoch? Of course. Of course. In PoE 2, the tooltip says items which do not have classes of currency has own individual rarity. What you're going? I'm not sure exactly what you're going for here, but I guarantee you 100% rarity does affect currency. However, the stat read it. I mean, it might be a bug or a whatever. What is it called? So items are normal, rare, magic, rare, yellow, unique, brown. Item classes do not have these. Item classes which do not have these rare such currency have individual rarity for each item. Exactly, right? So basically, it's rarity will affect it because currencies themselves have rarity. Yeah. Leave the game until 1.0. Come back, see if it's better. Yeah, sure, it's an early access game, not a game. Yeah, really? Yeah, it's individual rarity. What that means, right, is basically like currency have individual rarity for each item. So you could consider a wisdom scroll to be a normal rarity. You can consider I don't know, a Vol orb a blue rarity. You can consider a chaos orb a yellow rarity, and you can consider like divine orbs to be brown rarity. Is what they're saying basically. It's just that they don't. It's trying to tell you that they have rarity, which means that they are affected by rarity, but they're not called normal, magic, rare, unique. So basically, that's why rarity affects currency, because the currency does have rarity to them. So if you have higher rarity, your likelihood of finding higher level rarity currencies is higher. Bro, who wrote these tooltips?
You did well in that reason.
Even through modern EA, releases are annoying and predatory. I don't say PoE 2 sucks, but with this last update, I feel like I was going backwards instead of forwards. It's still my favorite ARPG right now. I do think that there were definitely things that made it go backwards. Like I was saying earlier, right? I think that... Oh, wait. Yo, Zoomies, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. This boot could be something. Like I was saying earlier, I think that... And yo, Fury, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Hydrate, got you. And yo, the big ouch, thank you for the follow as well. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I think that, and I don't like exactly just putting it like it's early access, you know, guys, you should just like stop judging the game like that, right? Because I think that feedback is important, but it's important to discern what is an early, like, what is feedback that is, what feedback should be given to the game because, wait, let me take a step back. I think people need to be able to be more clear and concise with their feedback. And give feedback that is addressing problems of the game because it's early access that can be changed in the future. Like, it's not going to be... Like, for example, like a lack of content, right? That is because it's early access. There will be more content down the line. So the people who are complaining that there's not enough content and they wish there's more content and Path of Exile 2 sucks because there's no content, I think that's a bad piece of feedback. I think that's not valid because the reason why there's no content is because it's early access, not because the game is bad. But like, for example, like this right here, right? Clicking your delirium thing, having to do this like fucking 3 bullshit, clicking instill, and then fucking pulling it out of the thing. Like, that is good feedback, and that is bullshit. That is something that should be fixed. It's not because it's early access. It's just, it's a design flaw. It's something that should get fixed, and it's not because, you know, it's early access. I'm afraid to admit I enjoy PoE a lot more than PoE 2 because I find the game boring. I want to like PoE 2, but it's just at the moment. I mean, I completely think that you're perfectly fine with thinking that because PoE 1 is a complete game. And it's actually, I would think that if you're a person that enjoys PoE 1, I think that you should 100% be enjoying PoE 1 more than PoE 2 because of the fact that there is just more to enjoy in the game. Like, at the end of the day, PoE 1 is the better game. There is more to enjoy there. There's more content. There's more everything. And because of that, it's no surprise that you're enjoying PoE 1 more than PoE 2. And I don't think that's a problem. Because of viewership of series who left PoE. It is valid. It's asking GGG to stay on track. Wait, what are you saying now? When you say the only thing I complain about is what they're working on, it means do what you're doing. No, what I mean is like you shouldn't be like. I don't think it's valid to complain that there's not enough content. Because it's an early access. You can't expect it to have the same amount of content as a 1.0 release. It's like saying, why, like, it's like going up to an artist, right? And while they're drawing their fucking art, like in the process of drawing the character, right? You go like, why is your fucking character so ugly? And it's like, because clearly I haven't finished drawing it yet. You know what I mean? It's like, if I go and pull up paint, right? And then I go like, oh, here's my fucking, you know, drawing, right? I'm like gonna be drawing a character, right? It's got eyes. I'm drawing the hair in. And then you come up to me like, yo, your art is, I mean, besides the fact that it actually is fucking ugly. You goes like, yo, why does your character look so ugly? It doesn't have a fucking nose or a face. Like, what's going wrong with you? What the fuck's wrong with you? You're a terrible artist, right? And I'm just like, I'm not done yet. I never told, did I ever say this game is done? Did I ever say this piece of art is done? Why are you complaining that, or why are you saying it's bad because it doesn't have a nose or a mouth? Like, it's clearly not done yet. Why is your drawing so ugly? Where did I get the 6 device? PoE 1? No, it's in the loot box right now. That's feedback? No, it's not feedback. You know what I mean? Like, it's not feedback because the shit is coming. But you're basically complaining about something that they know is the case, but they just haven't gotten to it yet. It's different from like a feature being bad versus like, hey, it's like, I don't know how to explain it better than this. Like this analogy of like drawing a fucking face and the person going, hey, your drawing's ugly. It doesn't have a nose and a mouth. That's not feedback. That's just, I'm not done drawing yet. PoE 2 loot box? Yeah. Who's asking for content complaining? People also just asking for new content? No, I think there's a lot of people who complain that PoE 2 doesn't have enough content. They're like, I'm not having enough fun because like in this other game, right? I can go and do XYZ. In PoE 1, I can do XYZ. I can like, you know, like have all these features in the end game for me to play. Like mapping's so much fun. So much more fun in the other game. I wish it was more like this. I'm not one of them, but I think we need to do that. Oh, of course we need more new content, right? Of course, more content would make the game a lot more fun, but I don't think it's valid to complain that there's no content and say the game is bad because there's not enough content. Because, again, it's an early access. If you send me that, I'll make it my profile picture. Oh my god. Not your raptor fan of attention and announcement because it sells PL Phantom Lord. Most people I see complain about the contents are D4 players. Yeah, I didn't save it. I'm sorry. I didn't see your comment. I didn't see your message. But either way, why are you trying to use that as your profile picture? What the hell? All right, go on. Hit the life. Or the first chaos orb. Ah, the second. I literally hit the 2 I didn't want to hit. I hate this fucking game. I hate this fucking game. Because I drew it. But yeah. I think there's a lot of valid feedback that's, you know, being put into the game, but I also think that, and, you know, it's, I know GGG understands it, and they're like, you know, I'm sure they're able to wade through the amount of bullshit that people are saying that, you know, isn't really, like I said, valid feedback. But I also think that there's probably a lot of people out there who are gonna see this feedback and be like, yo, this game is shit. Because, you know, people on the internet are fucking sheeps. Nobody has their own opinion. That was another thing that Alec Kaiser said today, too. He was talking about how, like, you know, people are do you really think it's bad? Or do you just hear other people say it's bad and, like, you formed your entire opinion off of, like, other people's, like, you know, opinions rather than, like, you know, actually being able to pinpoint and say, like, why it's bad or, like, why you don't like it? Or are you saying, like, you don't like it just because, like, everybody else is saying that they don't like it? Or is it truly because you've played the game and you come up with your own opinion and you have like actual reasons for why something is like not good or something like that? Monkey see, monkey do. Exactly. Oh, like Koside. I wonder how much that is nowadays. I feel like it's probably worthless. If it's not worth that much, I might just... Honestly, I could put it on my... I mean, I don't really play my bleed hunters anymore, but I could. Patch was trash at the beginning, but GG makes speedy patch would fix the game. Yeah. I mean, I still think that there's a lot of stuff they need to fix. And I do agree that it felt bad at the beginning. But, you know... I still think there's a lot they can do to fix it. I definitely think that on release, this patch was not good. I think there's things about this patch that still suck, too. Like, for example, what I was saying earlier about, like, I don't know. I don't understand why breaches feel so bad to do right now. Like, why did they nerf it that much? I think they need to, like, you know, buff it a little bit more. And I'm not going to tell people, like, who aren't having fun with the game, like, your opinion's wrong. Right? I think everybody has their own desire to, like, play a game or, like, what they think is fun. But I think that people need to get out of the mindset of, like, I don't think the game is fun, so the game is bad. I feel like there's too many people right now that have that mindset of, I don't think the game is fun, so the game is bad. I think there's a lot of improvements that need to be made to the game for sure. But I don't necessarily think the game is bad. Is the game really good? Maybe not in its current state, but yeah. New copy pastas drop. I have 10k plus in D4, 20k plus hours in ARPGs. I only play that. Game is more fun than a bad game. PoE 2 is corrupted. They slap a Ferrari body on PoE 1 engine. Game is easy as piss and you're 100% of the time on rails. Gems are tied to levels, weapons. Having too much clear is useless because there's no speed walk. There's zero character progression, game, or level design. I have to constantly make myself weaker for Bone Shatter and other combos to work. I think PoE 2 is embarrassing as a student project. I'm getting tentacled. I'm getting tentacled.
Hold still.
Ah! Piece of shit. After this league, I probably won't be playing this. They release Templar Druid next. I love that build. I miss doing Poison. Yeah, Poison's a lot of fun. I love Poison. It's a good time. This streamer said it's not fun, therefore it's not fun for everybody. Yeah, that's kind of feel like the community in a nutshell sometimes.
Such ancient power.
Dude, like Hostage is worth this little now. Holy shit! Like Hostage literally went from like multiple divs to worthless. That's crazy.
You did well in that brief storm. I'll be here.
I'm seriously curious how anyone says PoE 1's too easy got in PoE 1. Dude, PoE 1 is actually, like, at the end game, it's a really hard game. Like, some of the bosses look so insane. Some of the bosses literally look like raids from, like, MMOs. Probably doubt they would have major update without new characters. I don't think. I feel like they're probably not going to come out with like a 0.3 anytime soon. I mean, I hope they do, right? I honestly hope they come out with a 0.3 in like a month. That would be great, but I just don't think it's going to happen. I'm very juicy by maps without complete Atlas points. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean I'm juicing my maps? Also, it's like, I don't know. It's so hard to get all the Atlas points, dude. It takes forever. Because I'm already on my second character and I haven't been able to find all the shit for my Atlas. But also, I haven't been like making a priority to find it either. I just kind of cruise and like do what I want, honestly. I mean, that's basically what I do in my games. I just kind of cruise and do what I want. Whatever I see, like I'm like a, you know, monkey see, monkey do type of guy, where it's like, ooh, I see ritual. I want to do ritual. I go do ritual. Ooh, I see boss. Oh, I see citadel. I go do citadel. And then I just like, you know, forget about the fact that I need to go find Atlas points. You're gonna be a dry as a Sarah a month from now? Wait, what do you mean that? For content? Shouldn't you be rushing to the next list? No, I just don't care about it. Like I said, I'm a monkey see, monkey do type of guy. Ah! Ooh! 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 Like, I don't, like, I'm not the type of guy who's gonna sit here and, like, try to, like, you know, min-max my fucking, like, maps and, like, you know, oh, I need a, like I was saying earlier, like, Flubgun's comment about, like, oh, you need to find 3 towers and, like, juice your maps that way to be able to, like, enjoy the game or whatever. Like, I just don't care about that. I see tower, I go to tower. I put tablet in, I do rituals, I do breaches. I'm not gonna sit there and be like, I need 3 towers, I need max Atlas points to be able to start having fun. Like, I play the game for fun and not for, like, you know, getting the most drops. Of course, it's fun when I get more drops, but the thing is, like, it's kind of like, you know, if you think about it this way, right? I think that Rarity, I think that, you know, juicing your maps, I think all this stuff, right? It's kind of like weed, you know? Your first time doing it, and you're doing low doses, right? Oh, what the fuck? I just got blown up. And you're doing low doses, right? You don't need that much to have a good time. Yo, Sectum, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. But the more you juice, the higher dosages you do, the more you get more tolerant. And the more you're like, oh, you know, I need to have this type of experience. I need to take 20 millis. I need to take 30 millis, right? To actually have a good experience. And at that point, are you the guy, like the dude who is taking 20 millis, right? Are you really having that much more of a fun time compared to the dude who's taking 5 millis and getting, like, you know, the same level of high? Like, I think that, like, yeah, you know, at first it's really cool that you get this rush of dopamine. Like, oh, shit, I'm getting so much loot. I'm building my characters. They're going so great, right? But then, like, at some point, if you just, the more you juice your maps and the more you care about min-maxing, right? The more it becomes the game's no longer fun when you're not min-maxing and you're not juicing. The more it becomes, like, the situation where you feel like you have to juice your maps, or else it's not fun for you. Because it's only fun when you're able to get that level of, like, loot and drop. And if you never, like, and if you never care about it, like, you know, like, you're still having the same fun as the other dude who is juicing it, but, you know, they see it as you're not having as much fun, but I am. I don't do drugs, but JK, I totally agree. What is billies are you talking about? Milligrams, you know? Milligrams. That's why I just never cared for it. Now, for somebody like Flubgun, right? And like all these streamers, I understand why they do it, because like that's how they get their audience. That's how they get their community. And maybe I would I'm sure I would probably get more viewers as well if I did that. But like as a person, I don't know if that's what it takes for me to get more people to watch. Like, is that an audience that I really care about in the first place? Because they don't care about the same things that I care about. Like, they're out there trying to juice. Oh, hello, Breachstone. They're trying to like uber juice their maps and shit like that, and do all that stuff. And like, they're expecting me to do it when I just don't care about doing it that way, and I don't want to do it that way. I love your build on 75 Ranger, light bow, light arrow build from Flubs is okay. I'm doing low damage. You use success to switch to Spiral Volley Deadeye. Thanks. Wait, what's the light arrow build from Flub? Which build is that? Oh, I'm getting dominated. I'm getting railed against the wall. That was rough. That was rough. Getting bodied by big dudes. Not everyone is as unique as you. I'm using unique in a derogatory way. You know what? You do you, Senny. You do you. You're entitled to your own opinion. I can't tell you what to think. Also, where is this goddamn last ritual? I'll defer this one. Okay, let's go find the last ritual. Not everyone is special. Needs is you. I'm being mean, by the way. It is what it is. That's how Senny is. And you know what? I've already just come to accept it. Do you play with viewers or friends? No, not really. I just kind of solo it. At least for PoE. I don't really like playing PoE with other people. I always say it this way, that PoE is a game where everybody wants to be the main character, right? You want your character to be the main character. But when you're playing with other people, it means that there's gonna be multiple main characters, and one person is obviously gonna be more of a main character than the other person. So if you're the main character, sure, you're having fun, but it also means that everybody else is not having as much fun. That's why I don't play a PoE in a group. Do you get 100 free spirit? Yes, you do. It's through the campaign.
I'm not ready.
Try playing with him. He hated it. Yeah, because you stole all my drops. You stole all my loot. You stole all my RNG. Every time something dropped, it was a goddamn... Every time, like, any item dropped, it's like, oh, who got that item? Oh, it's bacon. And I was like, where's my items? Such a heal slot that I would love to play support in PoE. I mean, you can play support. There's like, you know, aura class, like aura bot classes, stuff like that. Actually, I don't know if like that doesn't really exist as much in PoE too, but there's things that you can do to do something like that. But there's definitely no heals. Thai girl I met and mapped, she got 3 divines in front of me and went and played with her friend to get 2 more. She didn't even share. Sad day. Hey, that's a W though. You get to play with a girl. If I play with a girl, even if a girl wanted to play with me, right? I'd probably just give her my loot, honestly. I'd try to just be like, hey, yo, I just got this divine orb, but you can have it. I wouldn't even care if she stole all my loot. I'd give her my loot.
Raining death.
Sounds like a good first date? Yeah? Reminds me of Maysira at TwitchCon. Huh? Wait, what? Where? I didn't get a map. I was like, where'd the loot? Literally nothing dropped. Where'd my map go? I like playing Monk, but not because of the earlier patches and gameplay. But unlucky earlier patch Munch was good. Now nerfed to the ground. Yeah, the Monk definitely got big nerf hammer. This girl wanted to hang out with me, but I just had to make it weird and pay her $400. So $300, sir. It was $300. Okay. I paid her $300 to step on me. Is that too much of a problem? I don't see a problem with paying $300 to get a girl to step on you. Spiral Volley chaining for clear. Yes, Spiral Volley naturally chains. It's a built-in feature of the thing. You see right here. It consumes friendly charges, causes arrows to deal more damage, and change to other targets. Any change revive system, it feels bad to revive someone for 3 seconds while not getting hit. And revive timer to go up. Yeah, I don't know. I've never played with other people, so I don't know. I feel like I would have gotten a hooker to do that for 80% off. You see, you think that that's the case, right? In your mind, that's the case. But you don't understand. There's a difference between getting a hooker to step on you versus a VTuber to step on you. Because a hooker is somebody that, you know, that's the system, right? Your design, it's a design in a way where you can pay money to them and they can do shit for you. But if you get somebody like a VTuber, right? You don't know. You could pay them $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. They might not do it. But, you know, the fact that you are able to get them to do it, that's a difference. And also, it's not like she does that for everybody, right? That's the thing, right? There's this like thing in your mind where you're like, oh, you know, it's like a game of like cat and mouse, right? You don't know if they're gonna do it, or like, oh, am I the only one that she's stepping on for $300, or is like she doing other like that for other people, right? That's like part of the excitement. That's part of the enjoyment of the entire situation. Because again, the hooker, you know, she'd be doing that to everybody who given her $300, right? But this VTuber, you don't know. You don't know. VTuber's more expensive. Did she let you keep her sock at least? She did it with shoe on. No, not shoe off. I think if I wanted shoe off, I might have had to pay a little bit more. What actual fun did I tune back into? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Imagine parasocial exclusivity with a VTuber. Well, that's the thing, right? A lot of it is like your imagination. Here's the thing, right? Think about it this way. Is it really a bad thing that you're having a good time, even if it's not like real, you know? As long as you're happy, that's all that matters, right? Even if it's just in your imagination. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. it doesn't matter if it's real or fake or whatever, right? As long as you believe it's real, as long as you are having a good time, that's all that matters. Did you hear Vito smashing her fans? Homie was not following the right ones. Ah, goddamn, dude, I'm really not following the right ones. I was happy until you started telling the story again. That's how pedos think. Well, no, that's illegal though. That's a difference. That's a difference. That's illegal. That's just fucked up, right? You know, this whole other situation is, you know, it's perfectly wholesome. It's wholesome and real, you know, like that. You know, you go up to your homies, right, and then you go like, oh, that's real shit right there. That's real shit right there, right? That's the type of situation that is. And then you get like the, if you're on Twitch, it's like, oh, for real, for real. That's not real shit, bro. Clearly, you're not hanging out with the right homies if you're not telling you that's real shit, you know? But I think you need to find some new homies if that's the case. EU's dead? Not sure. Anybody playing on EU right now? Are you able to play the game? How did he jump into that statement with such a random segue? Well, what do you mean? You're the one who brought up the whole VTuber thing, not me. You're the cause of this conversation. You're the catalyst. I was just talking about Path of Exile before this. Oh, him. I don't know. This got disconnected and it says I can't join any instances, so I assume it's some EU issues. Maybe. Have you tried logging into a different character? It might be the instance that you're in is bugged. 07 Gura fans. Well, I think Gura's gonna be back. I think, like, because clearly it was a thing about, like, you know, a management issue. So it's gonna be like a Doki Bird situation where she's gonna come back as like her own thing. Like she might not come back immediately, right? She might want to take a little bit of a break, but I think she's gonna come back. The way that the whole, I watched the video and it didn't seem like she was like, I'm done with VTubing, or like I hate VTubing. It sounds like she likes it, but like there was a you know, she and her company did not see eye to eye. I mean, it's not like a Doki Bird situation as in, like, the company fucking, like, went and did bullshit to her. At least that's a... I mean, I don't think that's the case. But it doesn't sound like she is, like, just like, oh, I'm done with streaming. I don't want to stream anymore. It seemed... It was more of a, hey, me and management did not see eye to eye. And, like, they're... Like, maybe it was, like, a contract thing. Maybe it was, like, something else. But it was more of like a, you know, she and the company. Don't say it was like a... I mean, that's the closest comparison I could draw to, okay? It's not exactly like it. Maybe it's not even similar to the level. But, you know... I mean, actually, you don't know, right? You don't know. You don't know if it was as bad as that. Like, maybe it's not like, oh, other VTubers are trying to get her to, like, you know, shame her or whatever. But, like, maybe in the background, within, like, closed corridors, that was happening, right? You don't know. None of us know. Jones Killers are a company fucking over 200 damage. I mean, do you know that that didn't happen to Gura? Do you know for sure that didn't happen?
Hello.
Or maybe something even worse happened. But we just don't know, right? Using Doki Bird situation, how normally people have it. No, I'm saying that it's like Doki Bird in that she left the company and continued to stream on her own. I'm not saying the situation of why she left is the same. I'm saying that the concept of her leaving her company and streaming as an indie VTuber. That's what I'm comparing it to, sir. Did I at any point say, yeah, it's like Doki Bird, you know, she got bullied out of leaving or whatever. Like, it's like the reason why she left is like Doki Bird. No, I never said that. I just said that it's like Doki Bird because she had, she left because it was, something happened with her company and, you know, she's leaving and going on to her own thing. I think that's no different from dudes who think the hot server restaurant is in level dubs. They tip 300%. It's cringe either way. Hey, you know, all I'm saying is, as long as that dude is having a good time, that's all that matters. As long as the dude is happy, that's all that matters. What's the best way to farm currency right now? On point 1, I can farm ritual content and consistently sold audience, make the vine. I mean, it's kind of pretty similar, right? Just farm, like, farming ritual is a way to get money. I think at the end of the day, it's still the same, where you just juice rarity and quantity and go farm maps if you want to do it that way. But I don't think the kind of like the methods of getting money are different. Maybe what you're selling is different, but yeah, the methods are still pretty much the same. I was making bank seller arbiter fragments. Now my income is so low. Are arbiter fragments not worth that much anymore? I'm selling feet picks. Since Lisa, you only found one set. Oh, really? I think at this point I've found like 5 already. Not bad at all, I would say. I still think I want to get more poison chance still, I feel. I still feel like sometimes, like, I hit that unlucky non-poison snipe and it feels so bad. Oh, I already referred these. Shit. Sometimes I just get too much tribute, and other times I get, like, no tribute. It kind of sucks. starting from your starting, going from your starting point, go further away. I think what they did, I think is actually true though. I mean, it kind of sounds like a little obvious, but like that advice. But in a way, it's actually kind of true because this league, they actually did lower the, or I think they, I don't know if it was lowered, but they made it so that the citadels can't spawn as close to your spawn as before. I think, if I remember correctly. Like, map mechanics can't spawn as close to your spawn point. 3 ritual tabs. Yo, what's up, name? How are you, man? Ellie weakness minus 11 max player resistances. Bucket, we're gonna run it. And yeah, we're gonna run this one. Okay. What's the worst that could happen, right? What is the worst that could happen? Also, I should buy one of those opens right now. These ones. Oh, that's right. I have a breach stone that I need to run too. I just realized that. I just remembered. Mapping feels kind of bad right now. Loot is non-existent. For me, as long as I run rituals, I think I'm fine with the loot. But I also think, like, I don't know. I think, like, if you're juicing rarity and stuff like that, rituals are probably not as good to run. I think at the end of the day, if you're using rarity and quant, like, breach is kind of like the best way to, like, get money still at the end of the day. If you're talking about mapping. And silly maps would be good for the use, 100%. I don't really like silly maps though, because like makes this. I mean, one, I always forget, but two, like makes the map all wispy and stuff like that, and just not really as big of a fan of the aesthetic. Also, they need to fix this bug. You see this? I can't blink. I can't blink right now, even though I have the blink available. I think it's only when you have it on like an offhand and you swap off to it though. But yeah. Another bug. I agree with that one homie that says time to log out with 4 ritual dollars for referring to audience of the game. Oh, Bonko. Crossbow's been jamming. Also, yeah, I completely agree with Flubgun that they need to make like the stuff more rewarding to do. Like, I think like that's another thing, right? Another one of those instances where I think they made the game worse. Like, there's no reason why it should be like this. It just makes the game worse. Like, strong boxes are so annoying to do. Like, why can't you just have them all spawn at once? I think that not having them all spawn at once just makes it inherently worse to play. And also the rewards from them completely sucks too. Why are the rewards so bad from strong boxes? The only strong boxes that are really worth doing are the unique ones. Other than that, they're all kind of garbage. Annoying and rewarding. I see the vision. And it's like, wisps, why do I have to, like, I don't know, the way that they work right now are so bad. The way that it works right now is so bad. The thing is, I think what it is that you need to make it so that the game matches the speed of your characters and the clear. Because, like, clearly there's still a lot of stuff that clears pretty quickly, right? Like, this build clears pretty dang quickly. Even if you're not talking about, like, lightning spear. Like, this build clears pretty dang quickly. So if this build itself is able to clear that quickly, you should be able to have content that's able to keep up with the power level of your kind of character. So it's like, you can make strong boxes a little bit slower, but you have to make it so that the characters clear a little bit slower too, as opposed to like this. Like, yeah. Oops, I did not juice my shit at all. Ah, fucking A. I forgot to juice my fucking attack like an idiot. I got Whispers, but I don't like the reward. If they make the Wisp work that way, I think the rewards need to be significantly better. But I still don't. I still think that Wisps are a little bit annoying to do, in my opinion. Can't tell the Strongbox monsters apart. Yes, that is also something that needs to improve. All monsters need to go for synergy shield to be able to survive. So boring. I mean, I think in general, most builds need to. I don't know. I've gotten Divines from normal Strongbox this season. I don't think the loot is terrible. Maybe you're just unlucky. I mean, either that or maybe you just got really lucky. It's more of just like the time it takes to do the strong boxes, and like the reward isn't like equal. And again, it just doesn't feel fun to do the strong boxes either. I don't like having to sit there and wait for them. Ability, I know how to make currency if there's just some builds other than Lightning Spear. Well, I mean, there's plenty of builds other than Lightning Spear. It's just a matter of, like, you know, whether it's like, if you don't build Lightning Spear, you're just not going to blast as hard. .50 with strong bosses. I don't mind them too much. Wisps I hate though. They're too hard to deal with for no loot. Boom. Alright, let's go do this breach, guys. Let's go do this breach stone. Let's go do this zesht. So here's the thing. I think that for this zesht, I might have to do something really annoying. For Lich Ring, Chaos damage, Rarity, cast speed is only 5 divs, not enough people playing it. Yeah. I mean, I don't know why they're not balancing the game right now. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know why they are not doing some mid-league. Like, I think they should definitely balance the game a little bit. Either buff up some other things or nerf Lightning Spear. As many as, you know, as much as people might not like to get their Lightning Spear nerfed, I think it's necessary to either nerf it or to buff other things up. But I have a feeling that if they were to do a balance change, they probably would go the path of nerfing other things rather than buffing. Because I do think that it's you know, there's a reason why everything else sucks compared to Lightning Spear. It's probably because they intended for everything to not be as strong as Lightning Spear. They intended for the game to be played in a way where Lightning Spear, that playstyle is not like the norm. So that's why I think they'll probably nerf it rather than buff the other stuff up. I think the opposite. I mean, it just depends on which way you want the game to go. It's not, again, it's not my preference or whatever, right? I don't care if they buff other things or if they nerf Lightning Spear. But I don't think that they will buff other things because, again, they're what they've shown for how they want to design skills and how they want the gameplay to look like. Lightning Spear is out of the norm rather than being the norm. And is the only good feeling skill? I wouldn't say so. Again, I'm having a good time playing this. I think Rake was pretty enjoyable to play too. If they understand the player base, they would have buffed other builds. Well, I mean, again, if you're saying that, then they should have just increased everything by like, 15% move speed, increase the damage of every skill by like whatever, right? Instead of doing what they're doing. So it's clear that they're not going to do it. Oh, also I need it. Oh shit. Fuck. Can I create a portal here? Yes, good. What was this breach? There's 5 mobs in it. This is a tier 1 breach, I think.
Must always be willing to change.
Buff Spear of Solaris.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. We tired.
Ah, shit. I thought I could get out before.
We watch. We wait. We dream. Fate relies true. The abyss not slice. And is uncertain. We that fail.
I wonder where heal the side content people engage with. I basically avoid all of it. It's not rewarding or fun. I do think that a lot of people probably avoid a lot of the side content. I mean, I don't do strong boxes. I don't do wisps that much. Obviously, Amazon Lightning Spear is overpowered. Also, Deadeye with frenzy charges on Serpent Snake. Literally no other class farms that fast. Farm speed effectiveness. If you find more currency, you're able to kill things faster. Yeah. I mean, I like it's basically what I was saying earlier. How I think that it's clear that it's probably not going to be a situation where they buff the other stuff. Because if they buff the other stuff, they need to buff every single skill, right? And that's not going to happen. It's more likely they're going to nerf this 2 outliers. And they're going to nerf the outlier rather than buffing, rather than buffing 90 skills, right? They're going to nerf the 1 skill.
Yes.
The winds change direction.
Get the Omen Scepter. If it has Spirit Intelligence, I'll buy Strength. I'll buy it from you.
We that fail.
Spectre Rogue Exile only seen 5. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great.
You did well in that priest.
Spirit, no, unfortunately not. I already have one of these, right? Yeah, I do.
A strange being indeed.
I think they're worth 1 skill and a millions of mobs.
I'll be here, waiting.
Well, that was another breach where I got nothing, which is honestly par for the course. Another Zesh that I got nothing. At this point, I should just stop doing Zeshs because I know that I will never get anything good from them. Watching this season last season, regarding the percentage of classes and NSCs being played, how some classes didn't get buffed at all. Charlie Monk, for example, 0.2. This season's 0.3. Oh, yeah. I don't know why they didn't give more love to those underperforming classes. It makes no sense. In fact, I think they slightly nerfed Chrono, and they definitely nerfed Chayula. How long did you get Tame Beast with Haste Aura? I think I actually just randomly came into it, like, as I was recording a video. So, not very long. But that's RNG at the end of the day, right? The fact that Elsphere is the outlier tells us it's not their design. It's more like they failed to create it properly than they failed the others. Exactly, yes. It's like if the, everything is around here and something's up here, then clearly this thing doesn't belong here. They shouldn't be shifting everything up here. They're probably not going to want to shift everything up here. They're probably going to want to take this one thing down. We got an Atlas tree. Let's see here. Contain additional breaches. Guarded by magic monsters. Open and close 30% slower. I mean, I don't even know if this is very useful this season because of the quantity of monsters in your breaches. Breaches in your map have 25% increased density. I think what we do is we unspec out of this one and we go double spec into that.
Yes. What is it?
Oh, also, you know what I should do? I remember there was a unique map over here. Let's go do that. That way we get more Atlas points. Yeah, I'd rather do Vol Foundry than Trenches. Fuck Trenches. That just sucks. First day of the game, nerfing LS and Deadeye Frenzy is the easiest thing to do. But that probably means they'll lose players. Bubblegum made a long video yesterday where he's gonna stop playing PoE 2, switch over Last Epoch when the new season starts tomorrow. Yeah, I saw that video. It was a well-made video. It's one of the few times where I've seen a content creator like make a feedback video that wasn't just like, oh, game doesn't have enough content, or like blaming things that I think are like because of early access. That's why the game is like that. I think that he actually gave some really good and concrete like things that the game clearly is not doing well on, not just because it's like, it's an early access. It's like these are systems that they have put into the game that suck. For example, I think like last season's like the video that Ben made, for example, I think a lot of his comments were more of, oh, this sucks, but that's more because it's early access rather than like, actual like feedback on the game's like features or things like that like aren't remedied with time. Like basically it's like here's the thing, right? Here's what I'll say. Here is what I think is like good feedback versus bad feedback. Bad feedback is like, even if you didn't give that feedback, the game would have gone in that direction regardless, right? For example, oh, okay, the game is lacking content right now. The game is bad because it's lacking content. That is bad feedback because naturally the game will get more content as they get closer and closer to game's full release, right? So it's like you don't need to tell people that the game doesn't have any content. But stuff that would not get fixed if you didn't tell them That, I think, is, like, good content, or good feedback. For example, like, again, I talk about, like, you know, Flubgun's content about, you know, using Delirium to enhance your maps, and how that's, like, you know, really shitty right now. Or, like, you know, doing Strong Box, and it feels like it's very unrewarding, right? That stuff is, like, I think, good feedback and valid feedback. Playing Pathfinder with Gas Arrow plus Peacock on point 1, not that popular ascendancy, but still complete all endgame content. Yeah, no, Peacock was very good last season. Though this season, Peacock is kind of, I don't know, seems pretty dead. I haven't tried it out, but it doesn't seem very good. They don't want to make the game I want to play. Looking forward to Last Epoch. Yeah, I mean, I think Last Epoch's gonna be a lot of fun. Doing the checkpoint check at the camp? Oh, you're talking about that. Go to tame beasts. Yeah, there's a couple tricks that you can do to make the tame beast easier to farm. You can farm like the vultures too, for example. If you go to Act 2, there's a spawn for tame beasts there too. Here you stream, I can get what's not good, such you are passing straw box and it wisps. I just don't like running them. They're just not fun for me to run. I don't think that the reward is good enough for like having to deal with it not being that fun. I still need to have a higher poison chance. What the? Why did it drop over here? Weird. As an avid Epic, Last Epic S1, Last Epoch Season 1 player, I think a lot of PoE refugees are going to be kind of disappointed. It's fun, but I really like they're used to more depth and systems, so they'll be disappointed once they go deeper into the game. I think that, well, one, I mean, well, I guess, like, I don't know what, how much the new additions are going to be influencing the depth of the end game. So I'm not entirely sure whether or not that's true. It could be very much true. I don't know. But two, I think that it just depends on people's expectations for the game. Whether they think, like, I think if people are going to be expecting it to be another PoE 1, then they're going to be very disappointed. But if people just want to go in there and find like a new ARPG that's fun and enjoyable to play, I think that people are going to have a good time. But it just depends on the people's expectations for what Last Epoch is going to be. Is there a build for the new Unique Photo? Which one? Voltaxic Rift? How are you going to scale your build if not enough damage for tier 3, tier 4? I mean, I think that there could, like, so basically, I think Ritzlotha is going to be giving me a lot of damage for this build, right? So that's an area that we can scale. I think the weapon itself can grow. And those I think should be enough, but I'm not going to one-shot the tier 4 bosses, obviously. I did tier 3 King of the Mist earlier. It was okay. It was not the best, but yeah. A part of it also depends on RNG for, like, procking this. If I can proc this, then we definitely have definitely enough damage. If we can't proc it, we're gonna might have to do some mechs. Looking straight from a K-drama. That is definitely not true. Definitely not true. Oh, also, you know the dad? The dad. Who are you talking about? All right, there we go. Unique map. Vaults of Kamasa. I don't think, like, this doesn't get influenced by anything, really, right? I don't think so. Maybe waypoint drop, but I mean, maybe, like, some rarity. I don't know. But I don't care about it enough. Can you show you something in-game? Yeah, sure. Just, DM, send me a whisper. Mommy Viper. I'm the old dad figure of a K-drama. Looks young and with glasses. Wow. Amazing. Oh, the silver tongue? I mean, I think you could probably build like a Ellie bow setup with it. Like a elemental damage setup with this. But physical damage, I think it's gonna be rough. Because, like, I know it has like the leech stuff, right? You basically like have to forego the leech to make it work. Because the bow itself is just a low level bow. So it's very hard to scale the damage with fizz. So the only way you could kind of make this bow work is if you go like a elemental damage build and just like get a bunch of LE damage on your quivers and your glove and your rings. Okay. Oh, I thought that was gonna give me an Atlas point. I guess not. Maybe they only give you the Atlas points is the first time that you do that unique map, I guess, which makes sense. Okay, well, I guess we're just gonna keep running around this area, I guess. Yeah. Did my chair grow? What the fuck? I mean, maybe I'm sitting more upright. Chonk use mana leech on it. I don't think. Yeah, no. Let's see. Yeah, I think Chonk could use mana leech on it, but not the life leech. fuck? What the hell, Shadow? Why are you always being weird in here? I swear to God.
In my sights.
Ah, shit. Yeah, the thing about that build is that kind of does suck is that if you have no mobs around, it kind of does no damage because there's no arrows to chain. Now, Ricochet could help a bit, right? And I'm thinking about putting Ricochet as the 5th link or the 5th socket in this once I get another perfect Jewelers, but who knows when that's going to happen. Who knows when that shit's going to happen. Also, you know, I really wonder if, like, they're going to be implementing any, like, mid-season fixes, like, more mid-season fixes, to kind of address some of the, like, concerns that a lot of the streamers are having. Because, I don't know, let's take a look at Steam charts, right? I want to see, actually, how the Steam charts looks right now for PO2. Like, what's the retention for this league? So, like, when did the league come out? The league came out, okay, around here, right? 214? What was the peak? I mean, honestly, the retention is still not that bad. Like, all things said and done, like, the retention really isn't that bad still for this league, in my opinion. Like, you went from, like, 240 peak, right? Basically. And we're down to 190 peak? That's really not that bad at all, in my opinion. Oh, wait, that's 130, 140 peak. For some reason, I didn't have it at the current. I still don't think that's that bad. Like, 240 to, like, 130 something? That's not a terrible retention, in my opinion. And it's probably going to go up a little bit more for, like, the weekend, for example. So we're probably going to be up at, like, 150-ish, is my guess. Shadows of Norm and Sushi stream. I wonder how the Steam reviews are affecting GGG. I don't know. I mean, I think it's, again, like, it's so dumb. I hate that, like, people, like, review bomb the game. It's so stupid. But I'm sure it doesn't have a positive effect on it, if anything. How negative the effect is, I don't know. But it definitely doesn't, you know, isn't good for the game. There's no doubt about it. Serious us who hate the game. Yeah, I mean, again, it's like, because, like, I was thinking, right? I was wondering if PoE, like, if GGG is going to do more mid-season changes to, like, kind of, like, in a way, appease the people who are, like, pissed off. But, like, I'm, like, looking at the numbers, and, like, honestly, I don't know if it's that bad. I don't know if it's as bad as people put it out to be. Like, yeah, there are people who are not happy with the state of the game, but, like, it might be another situation where it's just a vocal minority that's not happy with it. Because I think you have to, like, we always have to think about, like, the people that, like, you know, just want to play the game and they're not, like, online. Like, they're not, like, perpetually online. They're not, like, posting shit on the forums. They're not making YouTube videos. They're not streaming. Like, there's way more of those people than the people who are, you know, on the other camp, right? And, like, as long as they're enjoying the game, that's kind of, like, the important part, the most important part, I'd say, for games. Like, yeah, you do want to, like, make sure the public image of the game is good and all. And I think that's important. But I think what's more important is, like, the majority of your audience is enjoying your game. What are the impacts of the most DPS of this build? Physical damage. Physical damage and crit damage are the two things that will impact the most for your damage in this build. Then it's like bleed magnitude is like another thing that'll impact you a lot. And it goes to say that any additional stacks of poison is going to be huge for the build as well, which is why Snakebite, in my opinion, is the best in slot with gloves for this build. Yeah, community guild would be cool. Everyone join and play together. I don't have one. I've thought about making one, but like, I don't know if I would be able to run it per se. I don't know if anybody cares about that, but like, yeah, I'm definitely not the type of person to like run a guild. I could make it, but yeah. Oops, I forgot to defer that. Fuck. How do you even run a guild in PoE? I mean, you know, guild stash tabs, making sure shit is the, you know, okay, putting in stuff in there for like other people, keeping like keeping it organized, all that, I guess. I don't know. What impacts the most? The problem is that the majority of the players in any game are casual players, and casual players not having fun with the leveling experience. So it's a huge turnoff for a large portion of the players. I mean, I would actually argue it's the opposite. I don't think that the casual players are having a bad time at all. I don't think the casual players are the ones who are, like, again, review bombing the game, for example. If the casual players are the ones that are struggling the most, like, if they're not having a good time, I think that we would see the number of people playing the game drop way more than it has. Like, I think, like, the number of people who are, like, you know, playing the game, the player count number would be very clearly not doing great right now, which I don't think is the case. Casual players aren't invested enough to be gone. Exactly. One to 90 in PoE2 is pretty easy IMO. Let's watch this on Discord. What is this? What the fuck? What am I watching?
それにしても最高だわ。こんなにゆっくりしたのいつぶりだろう。お疲れ。
What am I watching?
ほんとそう。働きすぎは毒ね。思えばここ数日忙しくて風呂入ってなかったわ。
Oh, sorry, I'm blocking the subs.
そう、絶対に。 うるさいわね。細かいとハゲるわよ。
Actually, you know what we'll do? I don't know what we're watching. I have no clue what this is. What is this even? What is this even, Shadow? Is it a movie? What is that? When did this turn into a Sharpie stream? I mean, honestly, I don't know. Shadow came in and showed us some weird shit is all I'm gonna say. Anime? What's the anime called? That's disgusting. Name? Upon a witch's death. What did I just tune into? Honestly, you tuned into Mr. Shadow's deepest, darkest fantasies. He wants to be the person rubbing that girl's leg. What the fuck is that spinning blade? Things that doesn't feel very rewarding to do dump hours in the game right now. 90 hours in the current league, and I've got single greater jewelers drop. Like, you can't even build really well until you have at least a few greater jewelers. It's hard to say, because I think, like, it really depends on what a person's expectation is for, like, you know, how long it takes for them to juice their character, but also, like, I don't know. It's like, it's there's a lot of things that go into that, like, you're feeling right now, I feel, about, like, not feeling, like, you know, satisfied. I think it's partly, like, you know, if you're not finding, like, if you're playing 90 hours and you can't find, or you can't get, well, it depends, right? Are you playing solo self-found or are you playing trade? Because it's completely different if you're playing solo self-found versus trade. Because if you're 90 hours in and you're playing trade and you haven't found and you haven't gotten your stuff to have greater jeweler links, I think that there's probably a level of, like, knowledge gap that is probably there in terms of, like, how to, like, juice your maps, how to, like, you know, get currency and stuff like that to be able to get those resources. But if you're playing solo self-found, then yeah, there's, you know, it's probably pretty tough. And I don't know what else you could do other than, like, grind your ass off to get that shit.
Death from above.
Jewelers solo self-found. Yikes, they gotta find a new system. I do think that they need to have a better way for you to get. Yeah, I think that's actually something I never thought about. But being able to get links in solo self-found is so RNG dependent. Like, I mean, it's always RNG dependent, right? But, like, at least in, well, actually, you have the crafting bench in PoE 1, so it's not as RNG to get, like, 6 links. Like, at some point, you just farm enough currency to guarantee yourself a 6 link, right? But then also, like, in this game, it's not like, you know, how to say it? It's like, the only way to get a 6 link, for example, is to drop a perfect jeweler in solo self-found. But in PoE 1, you can get a solo, like, anybody can get a Aura Fusion. Anybody can get an Aura Fusion, but not everybody can get a perfect jewelers. Even though maybe the RNG of getting a perfect jewelers is similar to that of getting an a 6 link with fusings, I think it feels much better to at least be able to try for the 6 link with the fusings rather than just, I have never found a perfect jewelers before. I think that it feels a lot better to just be like, I'm just, you know, fucking my RNG is terrible. I'm at least getting attempts and tries at getting these 6 link versus like, I'm just not even finding the perfect jewelers to just be able to even get it. It feels way worse in that situation, in my opinion, at least. Maybe you might not feel the same. Like, maybe other people might feel differently. But that's how I feel about it. They're using a pity system for the drop. Like, if there was some way to, like, guarantee perfect jewelers or whatever, like, some way, shape, or form to do it, even if it's, like, very hard to do, right? Even if you have to farm, like, forever to do it. Like, it would be nice to at least have that guaranteed way to get it, as opposed to now where it's like, if you're just unlucky, you'll just never get it.
Don't mind if I do.
If you choose a 5th support for Sour Volley, what do I choose? I, at the moment, am leaning towards Ricochet. Got around 3 hours on my milk, only found 2 perfect jewelers. First time fighting Infinity Boss, any content should reward a greater jeweler orb, maybe perfect jeweler for something to beat a +3 difficulty. Yeah, I think, like, you know, more deterministic drops of the jeweler's orbs would be nice. Could just drop all Rarity and put it in the hands of RNG. Grind more grind. I mean, you could, but I feel like that would definitely feel pretty bad for a lot of people. Can I blink through this? Ah, damn it, I can't. Oh! Dude, Blood really opened up with that shit. He really opened up with that shit. Dude was fast as fuck.
Deadly aim.
Yeah, you really sucker punched me. That was kind of rough. After the initial student grinding at Loa, don't let a net progress.
Yes.
Wait, what does that supposed to mean? Also, it was super funny today. I was on Stoops' stream, and he was like combing over like the Maple Story updates that they're bringing for like 20th anniversary. Everybody in the chat is just like, just give it up, man. Just stop playing Lost Ark. Just give it up. Just play the better game. Press hybrid build didn't work well. What's your critical hit damage for your weapon and your skill? Right now, my POB number is different than this number, which is interesting. But my critical damage bonus is 883 right now. On POB, it says it's like a 900 something, but I don't know which one's more accurate. $883. Playtime does not equal progress. It's just grind. Lawcall is doing that pretty well. I mean, that's the thing when it comes to like deterministic crafting, right? You have ways to basically, in an essence, like hit pity. Because like at some point you could probably get the lines for your shit to like make your build function. No wonder I one shot. What level are you, Squeaker? And like, do you have all the crit nodes on the tree that you need? Or are you still missing crit nodes?
Barely broke a sweat.
Oh, off meta, bro. What do you recommend switching the poison skill on the tree? Or do you wait until I get the right quiver, etc.? It's a little bit hard for me to say exactly when to switch to this. Because I didn't start my build as Spiral Volley. I started my build as a, just like a... I just leveled with Rake. I leveled with a Bleed Rake. But... And then I was going to play another build with this character, Wind Serpent's Fury, but then I swapped over to this character. So by the time that I swapped over, I was already like level 80 something. But what I would say is, I think that rather than saying like when you should swap into poison, for me, I would recommend most people level with Gas Arrow, for example. But I think that the place that you can potentially even think about running this build is if you're able to comfortably, like, well, first, here's the requirements for running this build, I would say. Like swapping over to the Spiral Volley setup. If you are able to comfortably kill bosses with snipe, right? And you also have the second, like, your 2 ascendancies done, at least 2 ascendancies done, right? For these two, right? Up to here, Thrilling Chase. Yo, Soul Bowl Blade, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. If you have up to here, and you're able to get Resonance, and you're also able to comfortably kill bosses with snipe, then I would say that you can swap over. But before that, you should probably just play with like Gas Arrow or something like that. So that's the important part, being able to comfortably one-shot bosses. Because this build, once you swap over to the Resonance, Poison, like everything set up, right? For the most part, you're not getting Frenzy charges in your boss fights. You kind of have to like start your boss fight off with 7 Frenzy charges to be able to get the whole like huge Frenzy charge burst. And sometimes you might mess it up. And if that happens, you don't want to be stuck in a place where you're like, ah, shit, I can't clear the boss anymore. So I would say swapping over this build is when you're able to do all those things comfortably. Yeah, you're welcome, you're welcome. Dance the night away. Wind Serpent Seal goes crazy? Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not joking when I say this, but originally, when I was building the build, right, I'm like, this build is, this ability is going to be absolutely insane. I want to build a build around it, right? And then the reason why I swapped builds, and half of it is like not serious, but half of it really is, but the Fubgun made a video about how OP the skill is and how he's going to swap and why he's playing the build. And then at that point, I was like, all right, I guess I'm not playing this build anymore. Because it became the most meta thing. And I was like, well,
That's quite nice.
I guess we're not playing this anymore. Oh, my Ingenuity belt. Somebody's finally buying it. 2 div, baby. Let's go. I could have had another Ingenuity, but I fucked it up and I died when the thing dropped. Yeah, because when he makes a video, that's what everyone does. Exactly. Ingenuity cells were good. 2 div or only the good ones? It does not sell for 2 div, unfortunately. But this is like a pretty good one, right? It's not terrible. It's not amazing. I think the percentages on this one are pretty good, right? 28, 25, not terrible. And then also it has the intelligence is like, it's not amazing, but it's better than nothing. Like this definitely the intelligence brought the value up a little bit, but overall not amazing. I think on average ingenuity is actually not even a div, I think. Does it go all the year? But wouldn't Sniper's Mark help with all the charges since you have the 33% chance of getting them? So Sniper's Mark, Barrage, Sniper's Mark if you get first try. What is it called? So here is the kind of rough part, right? So in order to make this build feel comfortable in terms of the map clear, you need to be able to generate charges with your Spiral Volley consistent. And how you do that is by using poison and all that, and then using resonance to turn your endurance charges that you're generating off of Spiral Volley into frenzy charges. So the moment that you're able to get, like I said, you're able to get resonance, and that's the moment that you can potentially even think about transitioning. Because before that, I personally think it's way too clunky to rely on Combat Frenzy to get charges. Because of the cooldown on Combat Frenzy, it just ends up being super bad to play with. So that's why I would not recommend transitioning until you're able to do that. Now, the other thing that happens is when you take Resonance, your Sniper's Mark no longer gives you Frenzy charges. So that's why you need to be able to consistently kill bosses with Snipe without relying on like your super Frenzy charge generation. Because if you have Resonance, you no longer generate Frenzy charges with your Sniper's Mark. What I do when I don't have frenzy charges for bosses, for map bosses, I can still kill them without frenzy charges very easily. But for pinnacle bosses, I unspec off of Resonance, so I can generate frenzy charges off of Sniper's Mark. Yo, what's up, Simply Pubs? How's it going, man? Where the heck is his last ritual? Oh, I didn't even grab these breach splinters earlier. What the heck am I doing? Oh, there's a ritual. I just missed this entire area for some reason. Bro made a strong build, but made it clunky for people. I didn't make it clunky for people. What the heck? I made it better. Because before the poison variant, like before I made this poison variant, people were using the bleed variant, which I thought it was way more clunky. So I made it better. What are you talking about, Willis? What you talking about? Trying to paint me like the bad guy here. Still clunky? I mean, it's not Lightning Spear, okay, guys? It ain't Lightning Spear. If you want to play Lightning Spear, this ain't the build. Ooh, 3 divs. Let's go. We're rich, boys. We're rich. We got money. I need to clean out this thing pretty soon. Ooh, we got a chance orb. Do we have anything to chance of the question? That's actually, you know what? That's one thing I noticed. I barely find any white bases right now. I barely find any white bases. I have not found a white sapphire ring in forever. And I have not found a white heavy belt in forever.
Greetings.
This build can't clear a map in less than 2 minutes like Floppo can, then it's officially bad. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely correct. This build is trash. Also pair Bushwhack with your swap bosses and spam base attack 3 to 5 times max charges, or could you work maybe? Well, the problem is, again, the combat frenzy cooldown is just ass. Like, look at this, right? Combat frenzy. The cooldown is once every 4.3 seconds. Also, you're probably not pinning all that often, like that often, to get like, yeah, you're probably not pinning that often to get your charges that quickly, right? Because when you pin, you get 1 charge. You have a chance to get 7. It's a 30% chance, though. That's how you played last time? Yeah, the thing is, like, this is the reason why it no longer works. It used to be the case that you could just use Combat Frenzy, pin, freeze, right? And just keep stacking the fucking Frenzy charges. But the problem is they nerfed the shit out of Combat Frenzy so that it's super clunky to play with. Like, I would not recommend anybody use Combat Frenzy to map with Spiral Volley because it's so bad. It is so bad. Charger, not charging. Nope. I tried doing it because at first I was playing, like I said, I was playing Jay's build to do bleed Spiral Volley, and I'm like, Chief, this ain't it. Chief, this ain't it. And then that's how we came up with this this current variant that we have. Also, where is the boss? Where is the goddamn boss? Did it show itself yet? It has not shown itself yet.
I need more time.
Okay, I need to write this down, actually. You know what? I have 2 videos that I need to make. Maybe I put it on a notepad. Actually, no, we'll just put it on the phone. I have 2 videos I need to make, right? I think there is one video that I should be making to talk about leveling and when to transition to Spiral Volley. And I think that there should be a video with my thoughts on what needs to be improved about PoE2. Okay. Since we had this, like, you know, long conversation, we had actually quite a few conversations tonight about, like, what I think, you know, should be improved about the game and what I think, you know, is valid, like, feedback. Why don't I just make that into a video, you know? I think it'll be fun. And it seems like that is what every content creator is making videos on anyways right now. Might as well add my voice in there. I only got 2 charges here, but I think that's fine. Yes. Oh, edge. Babe, you are so fine too. Ooh. I don't know how I feel, guys. I don't know how I should be feeling about that. Should I be feeling happy about that? Or should I be feeling a little disturbed? Alright, let's keep moving, guys. Let's keep moving into Atlas. I think we need to keep progressing. let's go over here, shall we? Let's cross the river of let's cross the river of Styx and head over this way. Dude, I don't like hitting Grotto's map. I used to like hitting Grotto. These days, hitting Grotto is a goddamn chore and pain. How much did I spend to get the map device? About $75, I guess. That's I bought $75 worth of loot boxes. Though I never like I was saying this before, but when I opened the loot boxes, I didn't even know that the map device was a choice, like something that was available, because they didn't upload the video that showcased the loot box items yet when I opened the loot box. But yes, regardless, I did spend about $75 to get it. But I also got the other map device too. I got the Balboa one. Oh my god, why are these goddamn shrines still so hard to pick up? I swear to God. That needs to go again. That needs to go. I'm a gacha gamer still. Hey, I'm Asian and gambling is in my genes. Okay? I am Asian and gambling is my genes, and I can't help it. Any tips on flipping gear? Also use the stats for a helmet, glove for every build. I'm not really much of a flipper, so I can't really... it'll be very hard for me to give any tips. I think any tips I would give you is probably going to be not very good or like very basic understanding. But I mean, on helmet, I think like minion is very good. ES is very good, so any like high ES helmet is going to be very good. If you combine a high ES helmet with like minions levels, that is like going to be very prime. Gloves is usually like, you know, damage. So like flat attack, like flat physical, flat LE, like high rolls of those. Attack speed. I mean, even like anything with like a combination of good damage and like life is always really good, or life or energy shield. Like high values and like life, energy shield is always good, especially energy shield. Yeah. Levels to melee skills probably pretty good too for gloves. Yeah, this needs to go. Those goddamn minions, the enemies that don't like reveal themselves at the beginning, they need to go from the rituals. What gacha do you play other than E7? I don't play any gachas these days. I don't even play E7. E7 is just there as a way for me to do the gacha giveaways. I haven't played E7 in maybe at this point an entire year and a half. But that was like even like a year and a half ago when I was playing. It was like after I quit playing E7 for like a year. I was like, maybe I'll try it again and try, play it. And I played for like a month at that time. So I haven't played gachas in forever. I just can't, because I don't work a normal job anymore at the moment, right? I feel like gacha games don't really fit into my lifestyle very well. Like gacha games, a lot of gacha games, right? It you know, you sit there, you auto it, put it in the background, you auto, right? It's something that you do on the side. And then like, you know, every now and then you'll have to do like play some real, you know, big boy playing for gacha games. Well, the thing is, because of my, you know, current occupation as a streamer, I'm never really in a situation where I'm doing something and I have like, you know, oh, I'm going to put this on the side while I'm doing this other thing, right? It's not like when you're at work and you're like, you know, I'm going to put this like gacha game on the side. So like whenever I'm like distracted or like, you know, need a break, I'll go like, you know, play this gacha game. That's never like the case for me anymore. And whenever I'm doing work, I'm fully focused. And whenever I'm not doing work, I'm not doing work. I don't have to like sit there and pretend that I'm doing work, you know? So yeah. So that's why, you know, one of the main reasons why I don't really play gachas anymore is because it just doesn't really fit with my kind of current lifestyle. People say tiers don't matter on gear. Why is that? You know, because a T10 Fizz is higher than T1 by far. Tier 5 chest piece will be better than a basic chest piece, right? It's not they don't matter, right? I think it's more of like the ceiling for like a higher tier, I think, can net you a better result. But like for the most part, their chances of like rolling something absolutely crazy with a higher tier is just not that high. So like, you know, at the end of the day, it's more of like, you shouldn't like be like, oh, it's only a tier 1 or something, so I'm not going to pick it up, because that tier 1 could still be like extremely good. It's just that the ceilings are better for the higher tiers, but the difference is not like astronomical. So it's like, they say it doesn't matter because, like, yes, it doesn't really matter too much. You can still get a very, very, very good piece of gear that could be considered best in slot with a lower tiered item. But you're definitely still going to be getting, like, you know, a higher ceiling with a higher tier item. Where the heck is this? Yep, yeah, it's one of these bad boys. One of these pieces of shit. I was able to juice my map with pack size with guild and guild for my ritual. I was able to buy 2k unique. Sheesh, nice. When can I use the skill? 50, right? Which skill? Spiral Volley? I think the requirement for Spiral Volley is 48. Oh, 13. Yeah, whenever you can use level 13. So, 52. Level 52. One of these, I mean, wait, what do you mean one of these? One of what? Also, so earlier oh my god, I completely fucked up. So I was gonna eat dinner, right? And then we had some sardines, and I was gonna heat up those sardines in the microwave, but I accidentally forgot to put a lid or a cover on the sardines when I heated it up, and that shit bursted everywhere in my microwave. So my microwave now just smells like sardines. Even after I like cleaned it up, it just smells like sardines. It's terrible. Yo, Mio, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Biggest mistake of my life tonight. Dude is microwaving fish. What a terrorist. It's fucking sardines, bro. They're already cooked. Game of Lost Ark for this slot game? I don't know about that. I enjoy this game way more than Lost Ark at the moment. Why not tuna can? What do you mean, why not tuna can? Like, why didn't I eat tuna? Starting to feeling too, these are better than the microwave for real? I mean, it's just sardines, man. It's just a sardine, bro. Nothing and no shade against sardine. I love sardines. I think sardines are very tasty. But, you know.
Death from above. In my sight. Quick and lethal.
I feel like I need to start running some T16s and shit. I'm just so lazy to set up the T16s, you know? I like go on like corrupt shit and like, I set up all the maps and like hit the ball on them and shit like that. It's so it's so bullshit. Time to finish my T12 credit exits. You know, running T15 for miles already. I mean, I haven't even. I still need to get my T9. I've been running my corrupted. I've been running fucking T15 since like T4, I think. Why didn't I even click that strong box? Clearly, I wasn't gonna get anything good from it. Oh, what the heck? We killed all the rares already? What the fuck? There were no rares in this map. Holy! What the heck happened to this map? I mean, I guess maybe this map wasn't juiced by anything, I think. That's the problem. So I don't like this boss. I haven't got any +5s and I finished my ritual points and expeditions. I mean, it's basically the same thing for me, right? It's just, I don't know. Unless you're like super trying to look for it, right? Basically, in order to actually like finish your Atlas quickly, you need to basically like beeline for the Atlas like points. You just gotta go in one direction and keep heading that direction until you finish up your Atlas. That's basically what you gotta do right now to be able to finish up your Atlas quickly. Other than that, it's gonna take a while. Like the way that I play this game, I just kind of go wherever I feel like it. That's it. It's gonna take me 10 years to finish it. Well, that's the point though. Start of the progression, zoom, do corruption. Yeah, I'm not that type of person. I don't really quite do that. I'm just more of a, as I mentioned earlier, a monkey see, monkey do type of game. Where I just sit here, I see something I want to do, and I go do it. And then, you know, I'll be like, oh, I need to go do my corruption areas, zones, and then I like see something, I get distracted. One Direction I missed. This guy. I hate this guy. This guy's jokes are terrible. ADHD brain. I only have that when I stream, though. When I don't stream, I'm very focused. I can be very focused, at least. But when I stream, all thought process, all focus, everything just goes out the window. I blame you guys. Honestly. You guys are the reason why I'm like this. What happens if you do corrupted Nexus and fail? Do they respawn somewhere else? Or will be short points until I fail the next Nexus? I'm actually unsure. I have not failed one yet. I would assume that you have to, like, I would assume you would have to find somewhere else. I think those areas probably stay corrupted, and then you have to go find somewhere else. That's my guess, but I'm not sure.
Quick and lethal.
We're the reason you're gay. No. There's other reasons for that. Fate X Mahjong Soul Collab. Can you show the build? You can see the build in the pinned comment. Just look at the chat right now. Look at the top. It's pinned. You lose the map event, but not the Nexus? Oh, really? Oh, okay, that's good. Let's see. Oh, Lord, that looks dangerous. That does not look like a friendly map right there. Wow. Another one of these. Fuck it. I don't care. We ball, boys. We ball. If we die, we die. It is what it is. Danger is my middle name. My cat, the little cat in game just meows every time I enter and exit a map. I wish I had a cat in real life. That would make my life so much better. I used to, like, when I was a kid, I used to be a dog person. But growing up, maybe the internet has changed me as well, but it definitely has made me more into a cat person over time.
Death from above.
I see my favorite twin tail. Who's your favorite twin tail? I grew a dog my whole life, but when you move to my own apartment, got a cat. I'm definitely a cat person now. Yeah. I like dogs. Like, don't get me wrong, right? I like dogs as much as the next person. But cats are so stupid and dumb, and so funny, and they're so cute. I think it's just me as a person. I think dogs are a little bit too hyperactive and need a little bit more attention. And as a result, like, I just feel like dogs wouldn't really fit my lifestyle. And maybe that's another reason why I've become more of a cat person than a dog person. You like doggy style. Dog cats are pure entertainment and lower maintenance, exactly. They're cute until they become the ultimate killer machine. What type of cats are you raising? Are you raising like freaking bobcats? Or are you sure you didn't mistakenly pick up a tiger and, like, you know, tried to raise that instead of like a house cat? Cats are killers. I mean, if you're a mouse. I have a leopard in the garage. What's wrong with that? I mean, look, I can't say anything about that. I mean, it's probably illegal to own a leopard, I guess. Maybe that's what I can say. So maybe I don't have a problem with it, but I'm sure wherever you live, the government will probably have a problem with it. Running out of ritual tablets. They're small murder machines. Just be glad you're bigger than them. Are you not a cat person, Bacon? Or are you a cat person? Okay, we're gonna run this temp chains map. Screw it. Try not to pet a cat. It was too hot, and I was out of her reach, so she left me. What the fuck? We're not talking about cat girls here, Shadow. We're talking about actual cats. Here's the real question. If cat girls were a real thing, yes or no? Would you want a reality where cat girls were a thing? They are real. I like that attitude. I would. They are. Every once in a while, I say, screw this, I'll run temporal change and instantly regret it when I load in. I'm feeling that already. Where the fuck is this girl? Oh, she's right here? That's not her. Oh, she's right there.
Another wellspring.
Fat cat girls are so fucking hot. I'm also loving your build. Let me give you feedback. It's super smooth. I loved it. Yo, I'm glad. I'm happy. You watch too much isekai. I have 2 cats plus cat girl. No, thank you. Oh, my nose is itchy. I'm sorry. Finished our trial yesterday. It was very comfortable. Only wrong I was very fragile. Oh yeah. I mean, I think like most builds, like a lot of the rangers and huntresses right now are very fragile. Are very fragile. That is why this is a soft core build, not a hard. Personally, you're anti-fragile. Oh god, I want to go see La Seraphim. I cannot wait for them to have their own concert. Oh boy, Chaewon. Oh, Chaewon. But yes, back to the cat girls. Would I? 100%. If cat girls were real, man, the world would be a better place. I'll be honest. The world would be a better place. Wars would, I mean, actually, you know what? Maybe there would be more wars, actually. Because people would be fighting over cat girls. But man, that's I think that's a downside that we're all gonna live with. That's all I'm gonna say. I called Chaewon mid, I remember. I never called Chaewon mid. I just said that photo was mid. It did not show off her true charms. W Witch Hunter, I still get one shot White Mouse every now and then. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. Shit is rough this patch. Oh my god, there's temporal chains!
Not ready.
I'm walking through molasses right now.
Raining death. Barely broke a sweat.
Ooh, those slams. What kind of factor? Like full furry or just cat and ears? Cat ears and tail. Cat ears and tail. I am not like about that furry shit. That is I'm not gonna judge people who are, but that ain't me. That ain't me. I'm sorry. I don't even sell temporal jade maps. I straight up delete them. I like wonder, right? Does anybody? I mean, there are some people that have like the shit that's like, oh, no slow magnitude, right? And I think those people are okay with running temp chain map. But everybody else, I cannot imagine anybody who actually likes running temporal chains raw dog. Like, who would do this to themselves? And he's be like, yeah, I just like being super slow. It is what it is. Kind of like freaking sickos. Also, I don't know if the person we were talking yesterday about like using Chayula Monk and doing like the mana and yes leech thing yesterday. I don't remember who that is. If they're, I don't know, and I don't know if they're in here. But I saw something about that today where they were saying how it doesn't work because GGG doesn't play it doesn't play Chayula Monk. Watch the daily life of a middle-aged online shopper. You'll lose your mind. Is that is that anime full of cat girls? I only run temporal jays with ignited ground. Well, you know, luckily ignited ground is not as bad as it was lastly, but still, it's not fun. Are you gonna play Last Epoch? Yes, I am. I am. how do you even have that conversation with the parents? Hey, mom, dad, this is my new girlfriend. She identifies as a cat. Well, the thing is, it's not like a, you know, in a world where cat girls are a thing, that they would be considered normal every day, right? They wouldn't be weird. Like you're operating under the pretense that cat girls don't exist. But if cat girls do exist, then it wouldn't be weird to come home and tell your mom or your dad, like, hey, I'm dating a cat girl. They'd be like, oh, cool. Nice. Nice catch. Yeah, mana caps and mana leash stop, so does the ES charge? Yeah. I think maybe... Well, I don't remember. Does Mind Over Matter hit mana first and then ES? I think it does, right? ES first? Wait, let's just double check. Mana before life. Okay, so it is ES first. So even with MOM, that wouldn't, like, the ES leech doesn't work, which is so ass. Because I was gonna say, like, if it hits mana first, then ES, then that could be a situation where, like, you know, the Chayula Monk mana leech does work. Well, since it hits mana first, then, like, or since it hits ES first, then it's like, why, like, it just doesn't work. It's just straight up stupid. It's just straight up bad. Your first time playing Last Epoch, when it releases, what build are you going? I really like a spin to win build. What are the reason PoE2 didn't have? Yeah, I'm a big spin to win fan. So I'm gonna be playing Warpath. I'm gonna be playing Void Knight Warpath. That is the current plan. But I heard that it got nerfed, so that's good. That's kind of unfortunate, but I'm still gonna play it. I'm still just a big fan of Warpath. Cyclone is a staple of ARPGs, and any ARPG that doesn't have Cyclone needs to get it. AKA Path of Exile 2. Please bring in Cyclone. Please bring in axes and swords and shit. The game needs it. Such things it is early access, yup. But I do think that, I don't know, they need to, like, address some of these issues earlier, I guess. Like, I don't know what they're doing with, like, you know, why they keep shit that doesn't work in the game, in the current state. If certain things are not working, they should work to address them. Like, I think, like, as for example, an Ascendancy node not working properly needs to be addressed. I think that's a big enough problem where they need to be like, okay, there needs to be a hotfix for this. That's just me.
Bullseye.
Did I pick up all my fragments? I don't think I did.
Too weak, too slow.
Oh, maybe I did. Oh. I know what not to play. They're gonna improve loot drops. Oh, did they post a new notice? Let's take a look at this. Early access announcement. Upcoming plans for 5.20G. All right. Wow. This was a late notice. Holy crap. They were working overtime for this shit. Okay. With patch point 2F deployed, we're planning for the next wave of improvements we want to be making. Our current plan is to try to get 0.20G ready as soon as we can. We, of course, are remaining flexible around this because Easter holidays and Anzac Day are coming next week. The main focus of 0.2G will be to address 2 highly sought after improvements, as well as a flurry of other minor to moderate changes. This improvement is around loot drops. The 3 main changes you can expect around this is to first mitigate unlucky streaks from bosses in the campaign by raising the floor of the quality of their drops. Unlucky streaks from bosses in the campaign. I guess maybe it's just like you go to kill bosses and you'll get an upgrade. Okay. The second is to increase the quality of drops from bosses overall. And the third is to improve the drops from monsters possessed by Asmarian wisps. Well, Jonathan talked about this before. The second is around corrupted nexuses. They can be difficult and time-consuming to find, and often players progress in the Waystone tiers way faster than they can complete nexuses. It's true. I'm still on fucking Nexus 9. We were reducing the number of nexuses needed to be completed to attain all your passive points, and improving visibility of them into the fog of war of the Atlas map. On top of that, we're also going to improve accessibility to pinnacle content, reduce the difficulty of simulacrums, and increase rewards and lower outlying difficulty spikes from remnants in expedition. These are just some of the changes we're working towards deploying over the next couple of weeks. We appreciate all the feedback coming in, and we'll keep an eye on it and keep addressing concerns as we can. I mean, of course, these are all W's, right? But, like, I think this is a big thing, right? This is a big thing for people. Loot drop in the campaign and bosses, I think that's a big thing. Also, why is the music so loud right now? The corrupted nexus thing, I think, is good too. Like, again, I think all these are W's, but, like, I'm trying to say, like, what I'm trying to say and what I'm thinking about is, like, are these the priorities? I think the loot is a priority. Maybe nexuses are somewhat of a priority. Honestly, it's kind of shitty to say this, but I don't think I think rather than improving corrupted nexuses, I think they should be improving the Atlas before they improve nexuses. Because, yes, I think that the nexuses are kind of not... They're, like, hard to find. I also think that the Atlas itself doesn't feel very impactful at the moment. I think there's only a limited number of things that kind of give you a good impact. The rest of the stuff doesn't feel that good or, like, life-changing. So I think rather than improving how fast we can get the map points, make it so that the map points themselves are even worth going for, because at the moment, it kind of feels like the map points are a little bit... Like, the Atlas points are just not that, you know, worth even trying for. Nothing on strong boxes still? No. I don't even... Well, I mean, they might do something with strong boxes. I don't know. But maybe it's just, like, not big enough of a point for them to post. Most Atlas points to be, like, travel nodes to get to a couple of useful nodes? Yes, exactly. So I think that before they even, like, be like, oh, let's improve nexuses and, like, how you can get them, I think they should improve Atlas nodes to make it actually even worth, like, trying to go for your Atlases and, like, rushing.
Too slow.
And the other thing is, and this goes back to like the conversation that we had earlier. Like I was like saying how I wonder if they're going to, you know, do like a mid-season patch to kind of like change things up fundamentally about the game to like address some of the concerns that a lot of the, let's just say, louder voices are expressing. Like whether they will / whether they should. And from this change, I feel like it definitely doesn't address most of the concerns that the louder voices have. And again, it might come down to like just some of these louder voices, their concerns are not concerns of GGG. Like, they just don't think that the game should be that way anyways, so they're not going to make any changes in those aspects. But yeah. Doing a day of mapping, finding like one nexus, hitting 2 points, do pretty much nothing. Is it a very satisfying feeling? No, it is definitely not. So that's why I'm saying, like, even if you get, like, you know, more nexuses, it's like, if it's not even satisfying to get your nexus points, like, what's the point of buffing nexuses? What are some major changes that you think should be made to the game for release? How do you think the game may look then? I think, of course, there needs to be a lot of changes to the end game for sure. Like, I think that I'm not like trying to think of like what to say. It's more of like trying to organize my thoughts about like what to say first, because there's a lot of things that I would want to change, and like I'm trying to like organize my thoughts about like what's a big ticket item that should be mentioned versus like a small ticket item that I don't think is worth mentioning. Like, clearly they should improve it, but like it's not like a big deal. For example, like, you know, making it so that it's easier to use the reforging bench, for example, right? That's like a small ticket item that I just don't think, you know, I should even mention. Like, big fundamental changes to the game. I mean, right here, these fucking chaos plants are complete bullshit. I mean, no, I'm not kidding. They are complete bullshit and terrible, but that's not a big ticket item. I think that at the end of the day, they need to make it feel like, I think there needs to be more deterministic stuff. For example, like what I was saying earlier about like the perfect jeweler's orbs, right? Right now, as it stands, if you're playing solo self-found, if you don't find a perfect jeweler's orb, you're just kind of fucked, right? Compared to PoE 1, where if you're solo self-found in PoE 1, like, yes, you know, sometimes it might take you a while to get a 6-link on your item because, you know, your fusing just aren't hitting, right? But eventually you'll hit it, and also you can use the crafting bench to make that the case. So adding more deterministic stuff to that type of stuff would be nice. I'm not even talking about like crafting, right? Not deterministic crafting, just like some basic things that'll progress your character that, you know, you'll get like over time. Like, for example, I think there should be a guaranteed 4-link, right? Somewhere in the game. Like, you should be guaranteed a greater, at least one greater jeweler orb throughout the game somewhere. I don't know if it's in the campaign. It might not be in the campaign. Maybe it's later in the game. Like, maybe you need to complete a tier 7 corrupted nexus to get a greater jeweler's orb. And then once you clear a tier 15 corrupted nexus orb, then you get a guaranteed perfect jeweler's orb. I think that that is something that the game needs to kind of smoothen out the progression and just reduce the levels of RNG required for things like that. So like more opportunities for like smoothing out progression that doesn't just rely on RNG. I think that that is going to be one of the bigger things that I would want in the game to make it better by release. Just because like the way it works right now, it feels really bad when you don't find a greater jeweler's orb or a perfect jeweler's orb. Whereas in Path of Exile 1, for example, you can just, you know, it doesn't feel as bad to me, at least, when I don't hit a 6 link or a 5 link from fusings. It's just like, ah, shit, I have bad luck, but at least I'm like somewhat progressing in my, or I have opportunities to progress my links. That's an area that I would like to see it improve on. Because when you're last one, if it's when you get all your Atlas points, it wouldn't be a bad point. Yeah, exactly. I think that would be fair. Like, and it's not like you're giving somebody, like, you're giving people all their perfect jewelers, right? I think that it's you know, it's a one skill thing. It's only one of your skills that gets a perfect jewelers, and I think that's totally fine. And also, you wouldn't be able to cheese it either and make like multiple characters because it's only one per account. Because you only progress your Atlas on your account once for the league. So I think that would be a good change. Adding more deterministic things like that would be definitely help out with like the process. As they've been doing with things like Artificer Orbs, you know, things like that, runes, just like things to reduce the amount of like RNG pain points in this game would be great. Again, not removing all of it, but just, you know, removing like your first time having to deal with that system. It would be nice.
An easy trophy.
I also think that, of course, that and this is like stuff that I think will definitely come. It's not like I need to give feedback on it or else it's gonna not come. But like, for example, I do think that, as we were saying earlier, the Atlas doesn't feel very impactful right now. And I feel like the Atlas should be a little bit more juiced. I also think that, personally, I think that when it comes to end game, your characters, I think that there should be more movement speed options. I'm not saying that you need to make the characters way faster, but I'm just saying like there needs to be more areas where you can like potentially get movement speed, so that every single class can feel at least, you know, similarly comfortable to play in endgame mapping. I also think that in general, like, maps right now are still too big. I'm not talking campaign. I totally understand, actually, why campaign maps need to be big. And I've talked about this before. I think that campaign maps being big is actually a good thing because it allows players to have this, like, a different experience when they are a new player versus an experienced player. Because a lot of campaign maps in general, if you're an experienced player, you kind of know where to go. So it doesn't matter how big the map itself is, because every time you go and play that map, for the most part, you're going to kind of know how to get directly to where you need to go. So it doesn't matter that the maps are big. Now, of course, backtracking is a thing that, you know, exists. And in the maps that you need to backtrack a lot, definitely make those smaller. But I think that, you know, you should reward players for basically having more experience with the game, to make their clears, subsequent clears, more comfortable. You know, Schnaffles, thank you for all. Appreciate it. So that's why I think like big maps during the campaign are actually a good thing, because when you're a newer player, the huge map, you're like, oh my god, this map is so expansive. There's so much stuff to see. And then you go around, see all the different stuff, and then, you know, yeah. But then for your subsequent playthroughs, you're gonna be like, well, I already saw all this, but I know how to get through this map. So it doesn't matter if it's that big or small. I know how to get through it. So that's my thought on like map size. But I think that endgame maps, like being this big, is not a good thing, because our movement speed a lot of times is just not good enough to make the endgame maps, you know, feel like not tedious to go through. Because like a lot of times, I mean, there's a little bit of a, you know, it got helped a little bit by like the rares showing up on maps. But like, for example, you know, breaches don't show up on the map, rituals don't show up on the map, all these like map mechanics don't show up on the map. So there still is going to be a level of backtracking that you're gonna need to do if you want to complete everything on the map. I think that because of that, they should either A, up the player speed that you can get at endgame, or B, make the maps a little bit smaller at the endgame. That way you don't have to like worry about backtracking as much. If there were big maps for all, it would be dope, but if they kept the same size, they would need a double eject points to make it worth. For endgame, I agree, but for campaign, I don't think I fully agree with that. I do agree. I am on the side of campaign maps are fine the way they are in terms of size. They need to, but also they do need to make the maps, like if there are some maps that do end up being a little bit confusing to go through, like what I was saying earlier, how if you're like an experienced player, you kind of know what to look for, right? And as a result, you'll pretty much never get lost as a new experienced player, and you'll never have to run into the struggles of having a big map. I think that there are definitely some maps that aren't that case, where there aren't very clear tells of where the right way to go and the wrong way to go is. So if they want to keep the big maps, they need to have a little bit more of that. Like, you know, make things like, oh, this is obviously the way to go if you're like an experienced player and know what you're doing. These split campaign skip would be really cool for each character after you do the campaign once in the league. I mean, for this one, I'm also a little bit on Jonathan as well. Maybe I'm just an old boomer, but personally, I don't mind going through the campaign. But that's just me. I know there are a lot of people who would like to be able to skip the campaign, and it would add a lot to their experience. Wow, it's not terrible. Kind of low rolls, but not terrible lines. These are actually good lines. These are actually very good lines. I think this could be a couple div, like a div or two. But yeah, I personally don't really... Oh, wow, maybe never mind. Never mind. I thought this would be more expensive, but I guess maybe the life roll is just too low. Like, for example, this life roll is like 120. It might have been a lot more expensive. Oh, wow, actually, wow. This shit is actually a lot cheaper. I think this shit just got cheaper over time. Interesting. Cool build, this is what I want. Awesome. But yeah, I personally don't mind running through the campaign multiple times. And I'm more on the side of Jonathan, where it's like, I think that rather than focusing on finding ways to skip the campaign, it should be more of a, oh, is there any way for me to make the campaign more fun? So that way players are happy to run through the campaign multiple times. Because, like, for example, right, when we're doing maps and stuff, we're running the same maps over and over again anyways. We're doing the same thing over and over anyways, but we still have a lot of fun doing these maps, right? Even though we're doing it repeatedly, and we're killing the same bosses over and over again, right? There's a reason why that's okay, and it's because, you know, we find it fun and we find it enjoyable. So if they're able to do the same and make the campaign fun and enjoyable, I think that logic still, you know, it exists and it works out. And I'm also the type of person where I think it actually is very detrimental to a game where, you know, to like kind of like skip the content, I guess. The campaign's an integral experience. Also, we need to keep in mind where it's not going to be running through the campaign twice each character. Yeah. When they add 4 to 6, it'll definitely be less fatiguing. But I still do... Like, I think there will still be people who will want to get the campaign skipped. I think there will still be a lot of people who will want the campaign skip, even if it's, you know, even when they add the full campaign. It'll probably be less, but I don't think that it would be that significantly different. I think the people who want the campaign skip will want it regardless if there's the Volley campaign is out or not. Well, it feels kind of nice to run it back at Xbox after making it full. Feels like you're an anime trading arc. I mean, as a person who's, you know, but the majority of my time playing Path of Exile 1 was having to run the campaign 3 times. I am on the same kind of thought. I feel the same way. I don't mind having to run the campaign over again, like, you know, like twice per character. But I definitely think that it's probably better for the game if they add the other acts. I see. What I want to say is I definitely also agree that I see this appeal of like the anime training arc thing. It's like, ha, I'm back and I'm way stronger now. Fucking bitch. You gave me so much trouble the first time around, but this time around, you're the one getting fucked. You're kind of crazy though. Well, I mean, that was like, it's weird. It's funny because that felt like the norm to me, because that's what Diablo 3 was. I don't know if Diablo 2 was like that, but that was Diablo 3. Because when Diablo 3 came out, you had to run through normal, I think it was Cruel and Nightmare or something like that. I forget what the difficulties were. But Diablo 3 was my introduction to ARPGs, and that was the, you know, that was the way that you had to do it. They didn't add the ability to skip to endgame, like, you know, until later. Don't get me wrong, the campaign is great, but if it isn't made more fun for a solo player, it'll just be painful. Just go here, look at my boss, repeat. Could improve. Again, I personally, I have fun with the campaign, but I know I'm a minority on that. But it's like yeah, I think your opinion is kind of the same as mine. Of like, you know, if they can make the campaign fun to do, then, you know, it'll give, or at least make the campaign more fun to do for most people. I think that, you know, there would be more of a argument for making the campaign, you know, not skippable, right? Even though at the end of the day, you might still want to make it skippable. But I think, like, you know, yeah. Sorry, I was reading the thing. If they want to force players to have to do it, then I do think that they should try to make the campaign more fun for more people. For me, I have fun with doing the campaign. But I know that mostly that's not a popular thing. I know that most people don't have fun redoing the campaign. And it's also, here's the thing, right? And this will probably change later, maybe? I don't know. Oh my god, freaking A. Piece of shit. This will probably change later, I'm not sure, but personally, I think that the campaign right now is still the best part about PoE2. I still don't think the end game is all that great. I mean, I think it's, I enjoy it, but I think that the campaign is a better experience than the end game is. Who's made the game? GG, who created it and maintained PoE, or the scrubby, stinky, sweaty boys who play it? I mean, it's true. And here's something that I say about, like, you know, games all the time. And I think that it's very applicable in this situation. I think that a lot of players are really good at identifying a problem, right? players are really good at identifying a problem. For example, I feel like the campaign's boring. I don't want to play it again. Or I feel like the end game progression system isn't very good. I feel like the feeling of progressing through the maps and progressing through the atlas doesn't feel very rewarding. Like, I think players are very good at identifying those things. But I feel like players are very bad at identifying the right solutions to those problems. They're very bad at identifying the solutions to those problems. And I think that is the case for every situation. So it's like, when players say, let me skip the campaign, a lot of times, maybe, and it's again, like what Jonathan is saying, right? It's not that you want to skip the campaign because you don't want to, like, it's not that, you know, the solution is to just let players skip the campaign. It's to make the campaign more fun so players don't want to skip it. Or it's like, a situation where, like, the monster speed thing, right? It's like, oh, it's, yes, players are feeling that the monsters are, you know, the game is way too slow and players need to move faster and shit like that, right? And they feel like the monsters are too, like, it feels like you're getting bum rushed by them too much. So let me move faster. The solution of letting you move faster probably isn't the best solution. The better solution, and I mean, I personally think this is a better solution, was to take a look at shit from a high level, and adjust like certain monster speed here and there. So that's what I mean by, like, I think players are really good at identifying the issues in games, but the solutions that they come up with are usually not the right ones. When I get tired of mapping and making a new character and start to build just changing the base, yeah. They didn't and won't give PoE a campaign skip, and they're definitely not going to add it to PoE 2. It's wasted breath. I mean, I do agree that they're not going to add its campaign skip. It's definitely against their philosophy. I don't know if I'd say it's a wasted breath, but yeah, I definitely don't think that they're going to add it. And a lot of times when players demand solutions, they're very short-sighted. Exactly. That's the main problem. They're very short-sighted, and they focus on instant gratification rather than longevity. And also, again, right, a lot of times, like, the problems that they're experiencing are usually problems that are experienced by vocal minority and not, like, the majority either. And they don't think about the effects to other things in the game either. Like, for example, right, if you change, like, let's say, like, you're like, oh, you know, I really hate that the loot drops from this boss are really low. Please make it so that the loot drops are higher, right? It's like, okay, cool, you could have a better experience, like, getting the loot drops here. Like, you know, it's like, oh, I really think Astramentis, or not Astramentis, Temporalis is way too hard to get. Make it easier to get. Well, then now you've shifted the entire economy of the game. Maybe, like, in the past the economy was like X, but then now you change it to be Y, and you don't think about, like, the, you know, other sweeping effects you might have to the game. And also, like, sometimes the players just don't know. It's not even like they don't think about it. It's like they don't know because they don't have the stats in front of them. It's like they think that the majority of players are feeling this way, but in fact, it's not actually that way. It's like, oh, I think that, you know, Chayula Monk is, I mean, Chayula Monk probably is very underpowered, but it could be a situation where it's like, oh, you know, I think Chayula Monk is way underpowered. Let's buff it, right? But then in reality, like the devs can see like the actual performance of the class like with their data, and Chayula Monk doesn't actually need a buff. Those like things like that where like, you know, a lot of times the players again are very good at identifying certain things, but like the solutions and, you know, other things, it's like it's not really that. It's like, you know, in the case of like Chayula Monk being like weak, like oh, Chayula Monk is too weak. Well, why are the players feeling like the Chayula Monk is too weak when in reality it's not? Then it's finding the solution to fix that rather than just like buffing the class as a whole. Again, in this situation, I think Chayula Monk is probably too weak, but it's just a example. These takes make you realize the slot of Blizzard's decision have been very short-sighted. Oh, 100%. That's the thing, right? And that's the thing, like that's the reason why I actually like praise GGG so much for like the way that they approach problems, because like they don't just like when the majority of the player base is telling them, hey, make map sizes smaller, or like, hey, make player speed faster, right? They're not just like, the easiest thing to do would be like, oh yeah, you guys are right, you know, let's just make map sizes smaller, player speed faster, right? Like, it's easy to do that. It's really easy to do that. The hard thing to do is to take a look at the underlying reasons for why certain things feel that way and make fundamental changes to the game that address the problem, but also don't like give up the integrity of the game itself. Now, again, I'm not going to say that every single decision that they're making is the right decision, but it is definitely very commendable that they're not just basically like, I'm going to say do exactly what the player wants because they'll be happy. Because the long-term effects of doing that thing that the player wants might be more, you know, detrimental to the game than if they were to do like the thing that might not seem like the good decision, but overall in the long term ends up being that way. More controller support would be nice. If the maps were this big and we only currently have half the campaign, imagine the full thing. But yeah, and that's what like Blizzard does. They just basically, a lot of times, they listen to the loudest voices and then make the changes based off of that. And like, it ends up appeasing people in the short term, but in the long term, you kind of end up like, that's kind of how you end up with like, you know, the Blizzard, like Diablo, like numbers are just way too big, just going bigger and bigger and higher. Because like, if you're always just focused on like making the players happy in the moment, you kind of like, in many cases, will ruin the future longevity of the game and like, kind of like, also like, you know, where's your vision for the game, right? What's your vision? Is your vision for the game just to appease the players, or do you just or do you actually have like a vision for like how you want the game to be? And you know, people like joke around about the vision of PoE 2, right? But it's true. It's better to have a vision than not have a vision, in my opinion. Because like, if you don't have a vision, then your game just becomes a jumbled mess of like, you know, differing opinions, you know, all like 30, 40, a couple hundred, couple thousand voices, and just all coming in to make like some random like, you know, piece of shit slop. Sorry playing PoE in 2014, playing controller instead now. I agree the controller feels like it's not up to par yet. For PoE 1 or PoE 2? Do you know if they ever say anything about in-game auction house? I don't think that, and don't think that would be a good choice. I mean, I think what I recall recently is that they said they would think about it. But they have in the past been against Auction House in PoE 1 at least. But for PoE 2, Jonathan did say that they would think about it. I still think at the end of the day, they probably aren't going to implement it, unfortunately. But, I mean, they're clearly getting, like, moving towards it-ish. Because, like, the currency exchange itself is kind of, in a way, kind of like an auction house, right? It's very limited, but it is, in a way, an auction house. So I do think that they are at least leading a little bit more in to potentially having an auction house in some way, shape, or form. UE2 has 100 controller problems. I see. I mean, I definitely heard of, like, for sure, people saying, like, there are still problems with the controller. Hmm. 100% rarity of waystones. Of items. Quantity of items. I want to see personal stalls at each person's hideout that you can list items and people can come and go. I feel like that would be, like, interesting and fun, but also, like, at that point, just put an auction house. What did you just update to get 1.3k ES? Day 3 clue, I saw you had 700 ES. So I did one main thing. So I bought this helmet, so I got rid of the ATSAC sight, and then I spec'd into Subterfuge Mask. And then I also went and bought jewels that all have increased chance to poison on hit and increased chances to inflict ailment. That way I can have as close to 100% chance to poison on hit on my snipe as possible, even without ATSAC sight. Subterfuge match was goated? Yes, it is. Indeed it is. I honestly think that Subterfuge Mask might be a little bit too OP. I don't know. But I'm not saying that you should nerf it and just keep everything the same. I think that, like, maybe you should, like, buff other things to make it so it doesn't feel like Subterfuge Mask is a requirement. Because right now, for all EVA ES builds, it feels like Subterfuge Mask and Spectral Ward are kind of required on these builds. So if there's a way to make it, like, so that this is a good choice, but not just, like, an auto pick for every EVA ES character, that would be nice. Because it kind of basically forces you to kind of go down here and up here on your tree. Like, whereas some people would probably want to go down this way a little bit more. Just give it a little bit more flexibility, you know, to path your tree. Because, like, maybe you're not doing, like, a frenzy charge build. Like, you're basically pathing up here for no reason other than to grab that.
Keep up your valuable time is of the essence.
Time is of the essence. I still need to upgrade this chest armor. Honestly, though, after let's say I go, so tomorrow I'm gonna start playing Last Epoch, right? When I come back from Last Epoch, will I still want to keep playing this build is the question. Or would I want to move on to something else? That's the problem with, like, swapping over to Last Epoch, because I feel like I'm gonna be losing, like, so much time on this game. Because at the end of the day, I am a Path of Exile 2 content creator. I mean, maybe I just don't spend that much time on Last Epoch and I swap back to Path of Exile pretty soon. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I think do Sork. I've actually never made a Sork before. But yeah, clearly in like here, right? Everybody voted for Last Epoch. So I'm definitely going to play Last Epoch. But how long I play it is the question. That capybara looks pretty awesome. Dude, that they need to add more, like, you know, capybaras into games. Like, imagine if the row amount was a capybara amount. Man. Game would be saved, honestly. Game would be absolutely saved. Oh, shit. No. Fuck. I fucked that one up. Whatever. We're just gonna... Oh, I can take it out. Nice. Nice. I didn't even know you could do that. Was that because... Oh, it's because I grabbed it before it fully completed. Oh, okay. That's good. Oh, man. Thank goodness. I do still need a little bit more poison chance on my character, but for the most part, it's fine. Also, I need to figure out what, I mean, I guess I don't have to buy anything with my divines right now. I could always just save it for a bigger purchase. I think actually, you know what we save for is we save for a Raslotha. I think that belt would increase our damage ceiling by so much. I'm like the type of guy, you know, that like is okay with like getting the bare minimum. Like, I'm that type of guy that goes into a fight with like, you know, goes into a boss with like on item level gear. That guy who is like, you know, oh, you know, I could buy this like super OP item, but that would take all my money. But I could buy this like, you know, a little bit less OP item, but cheaper, and it wouldn't use all my money item. And I would opt for that cheaper item 9 times out of 10. I kind of dislike the fact that I'm like that type of person. I don't know. It's really bad. And that's the way that I am in everything. I'm like the guy who's like, you know, it's good enough. I don't like being that it's good enough type of guy anymore. But I can't get out of the habit. It's just the way that I live and who I am. All right, big scorpion time. Get your ass out here. Ah, you piece of shit. Oh god, this is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad. I already see this being horrendous. Oh, never mind. We kill him. Asian penny pitching and gambling addict, hypocrisy all in one. I mean, Asian people, I think, are one of some of the biggest hypocrites in the world. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe it's being racist. Maybe it's stereotypes, but I think it's true. I think Asian people are some of the biggest hypocrites in the world.
Go on.
Also, I need to grow my ritual stash again. So we need to spend some time running some, just like not try to progress in the Atlas and just running around and just go run around some rituals. Oh my god, the lag. As a Korean American, I wholeheartedly agree. Funny enough, I prefer Mire over Hidden Grotto now. I don't know why. I don't know where my hatred of Hidden Grotto came from, but I'm liking Mire more than Hidden Grotto these days. I used to like Hidden Grotto.
Barely broke a sweat.
Gabe, please, don't do this to me. Chill out. Chill out, dog. Chill out.
Raining death.
Look at all these exalts. Look at all these exalts. This is why I think that Ritual is a very good way to make consistent money, at least early on in your game. Because you can always guarantee that you'll probably get some Exalts and shit in your, and like Chaos Orbs and shit in your Ritual. Just slowly but surely accumulating some wealth. Later on, when you're able to juice your Rarity, juice everything, you know, Breach is probably going to come in and be better. But for now, your rituals are going to be giving you some big returns. Also, my fucking blink is glitched again. What the heck? 4 more dexterity is required. What?
Barely broke a sweat.
Fire plus accuracy Seagoss and ritual, so I'm converted to a ritual enjoyer. Yeah, ritual is honestly, I used to hate ritual in terms of like, I thought like ritual was so bullshit, and it still is, because like a lot of the times it like spawns in some shitty position, and you're like stuck in the corner of a map, literally like stuck between Satan's ass cheek, and like you can't move around because the moment you like step to the left, you're gonna get hit by some of his like purple shit stains, and like you move to the right and you get some blood ass tornado like killing you. But the rewards from rituals are very nice. I think it is it's a nice hit of dopamine whenever you get like what is it called, whenever you get like a King of the Mist or like a whittling orb or something like that, like like a whittling omen. It's nice. It's nice. It's good times. It's good fun. But you don't really quite get the same dopamine as like,
Now this will come in handy.
what is it called? As clearing through big mobs of enemies and breaches though. That's like a different type of dopamine hit. Yo, also Draxo, how are you doing, man? How are you doing? How are you doing? I am currently just playing through some maps. Clearing through some maps, having a good old time. Chatting with the boys, hanging out. What more can I ask for? Itorio getting jumped by 10 mobs all at once. Of rituals? Yeah. No, it's ass. It's ass. But again, when you do hit those nice little rewards, it feels like it's all worth it. But the nice thing about this league, I feel, is that I don't really need... Well, I guess maybe if you want to min-max rituals, you probably still need... Like, min-max your league rewards, you probably still need to do this. But this league so far, I haven't felt like I need to... Like, last league, it really felt like I need to choose between rituals and breaches. Like, if I want... Do you want to run rituals in your maps? Or do you want to run breaches in your maps? And then you gotta, like, make sure your tablets are all, like, ritual tablets. Make sure your tablets are all breach tablets, right? This season, I actually haven't really been feeling that way because you can put multiple tablets in your towers. Now, that's probably not very efficient to play the way that I'm playing right now. You're probably going to lose out on value from your tablets and stuff. But I personally think it's more fun playing it this way. And it's more enjoyable. So that's the way that I'm going to play it. And that's why I don't feel like I have like a pressure to make the choice between the two. And that's why I kind of like this season for that. I'm running way more different types of league mechanics and running like both league mechanics that I like to run. Do I play on 1920, 1080? No, I'm on 1440p. Any advice on progressing further in the game? On 93, still don't know how to min-max while mapping. I think I can beat the boss, the big boss at +2 max. So when you're saying min-maxing, are you saying like min-maxing economy? Or are you saying like min-maxing like your damage and stuff like that to be able to beat like harder bosses? Are we playing Last Epoch or staying with PoE? I'm gonna play Last Epoch for at least a couple days, is my guess. Any longer than that, we'll have to see. Because the community wants me to play Last Epoch, so you know, I'm gonna listen. They voted for it on Discord and want to see it, so we'll play it. I mean, I know I'm gonna have a good time, so that's all that matters at the end of the day. Oh, temp chains, garbage. Not gonna run that shit. The XP it drops. I feel like I never find good tier gear. Yo, Ellie Loco, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I would say that what you should try to do is focus on, well, one, make sure you're leveling your Atlas, but two, like when you're trying to look for good stuff, rarity is king. So trying to get rarity on your gear, but then also like juicing your atlases or your map, right? Go to your tower and juicing these towers, right? Trying to find some areas with at least like 2 towers, juicing them both with like, let's say rituals and breaches and stuff like that to be able to get the maximum amount of value out of those maps. Is going to be some of the better ways to increase like your economy. But rarity is king, and a lot of people even like will min-max like in terms of their maps themselves, like the Waystones. If the Waystone itself doesn't have Rarity on it, they don't even run it. Yo, what's up, Sonic? How's it going? Going well. We're chilling. How are you doing? Which one do you reverse? I like better, PoE or EP? Oh, I'm assuming EP you mean like Last Epoch, right? I prefer PoE. I think Last Epoch, it has cool systems and stuff like that, but the actual like the gameplay feel of the character, right? Like pressing the buttons, I don't get the same feeling of fun as I do in PoE. I think in terms of like feel of the game, like game feel, I think PoE right now for me is the best feeling RPG out there. It just feels good to press the buttons. It feels good to move around. Everything seems smooth and polished in a way that some of these other ARPGs feels a little bit more jank. And a little bit more clunky. Like the character feels good. Like how I would describe it is like, oh, how would I describe it? I'm trying to think of like a good way to describe it, other than like, because like people would kind of disagree with this, but like for example, right? iPhones themselves are probably not the best phones out there, but for most people who play it, the user experience is just way better than other phones. Like the comfort and the feel of like the phone, the UI, the just like everything just kind of works and feels good to do. It's kind of like also like what Blizzard used to be in the past. Like their games, maybe they weren't the best. Oh no, you know what? Here's what I'll say, right? In the past, again, this might be in a past thing, but like Nintendo, right? Their games always felt really good to play. Maybe their game wasn't the best game out there, but you know that if you drop in a first-party Nintendo game on a Nintendo system, that shit is going to run well and feel good to play. Sadly, these days it's not as much like that, but it used to be that way. So it's like, you know, it just kind of feels good and comfortable to play, and like pressing the buttons feels fun. The game itself might not be the best ARPG out there, but in terms of actually like playing the game and the feel of moving your character around, I think that it feels better than the rest of them. Get what you mean for sure? Yeah. It just feels right. It just feels good. I don't know that a lot. We're comfortable with the most, don't ever leave the iPhone ecosystem. Yeah, it's kind of like a similar idea. I mean, part of it is iPhone kind of traps you in their ecosystem, right? But I also think that, in general, just iPhones, they just feel good to use. How's it going, man? I made your build, but I'm having a hard time to get stacked the first frenzy charges. Do you have some tips? Do you have, like, a character I can look at? Like, actually, something that people need to do, or people do, is, like... Sorry, I'm trying to figure some shit out. Yeah, do you have like a PoE ninja I can look at, or like a POB or something like that you can share with me? Security is better, definitely better on Echo. By the way, what level needed to start playing this build? It's very hard for me to say what exact level you need to be to start playing this build because I didn't level on this build. But what I will say is that the moment that you should be starting to try this build is when you can first get these two ascendancies, right? And get resonance and be able to comfortably kill bosses with snipe even without frenzy charges. That's when I would say you should be able to swap over. Blue versus green at the end of the day, we're still monkeys typing on the keyboard. See, this is why I don't like Expedition. You have to, like, stop your map flow to, like, go and do it. Sorry you don't have? Yeah, it's hard to, tell you exactly... Oh, shit. It's hard to tell you exactly why you're not generating frenzy charges well if I can't really, like, see your character, you know? Oh, Jesus. Oh, my Lord. Jesus. What the heck? Dude, these runic monsters sometimes are just fucking insane. Holy fucking shit. I don't get instant frenzy at the beginning. I have to spin like 4 times. I mean, my guess is probably you're just not doing enough damage. I'm assuming that... So, you are using the poison... Like, you're using this setup, right? You're using the setup with corrosion, splinter, and break endurance, right? Use barricade? What was barricade? Where the heck is the last ritual? I don't care about it enough, so I'm just gonna grab these 2 and leave. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, of course I know. Can you make Mark automatic, like trigger on crit? You can, but are you talking about for this build specifically, or are you talking about for just in general? Because this build you don't really want, you don't need you don't really need Mark to trigger automatically. You only really use it on bosses anyways, but in general, yes, you can. You use a cast on crit setup. All right, Let's see.
Landmarks
Danig.
described in this logbook don't match anything particularly notable.
Do you have a boss for me? Or is it just... Your problem is you can't generate on bosses? Yeah, so, that's why I'm saying that. That's why I said earlier that you need to be comfortable, or like you need to, the time when you can swap over to this build is when you can comfortably kill bosses without frenzy charges. Because, I mean, one, how I normally do maps with bosses is before I head into the boss, I'll make sure to try to generate the frenzy charges before I go in there so I can one-shot it. And that's like ideally the way that I do it. But sometimes when I do that, I get in there and maybe I mess up on something and I like hit barrage and I miss my sniper or something, right? And at that point, I'm just kind of like, well, I have no charges and I need to kill this boss. Which is why I say you need to be comfortable with killing bot. Like, you need to be able to kill boss without the frenzy charges before you should really swap over, because you will run into those situations. But when you're talking about, like, let's say pinnacle bosses, right? Also, the music is so loud again. I don't know why. When you go up against like pinnacle bosses, for example, right? You're not gonna really be able to generate frenzy charge before you go into the fight. So in that situation, I unspec off of resonance, and then I just use sniper's mark to generate frenzy charges. I meant we're getting frenzy charge without using the mark directly. Are you talking about this build specifically, or are you talking about just like in general, Daniel? This build specifically, the way you can, I mean, are you asking about bosses? I'm assuming you're asking about bosses, right? Sorry, if you could be a little bit more specific with your question. Like, are you asking about this build specifically? Are you asking about like generating frenzy charges on bosses? Are you talking about generating frenzy charges on mobbing? Like, yeah. It's helpful, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. But if I go to a lot of crit and use mark cast on crit, for example, yeah, you can do that. But again, this build that wouldn't work very well, like for this character, because you're not really, for the most part, unless you're unspecking off of resonance, you're not going to be getting frenzy charges off of your mark. But for other builds, yeah, like for example, Lightning Spear, a lot of people will go, they will go cast on crit for their mark. Also, I don't know why those shrines are still so goddamn hard to click on. Let me click on the, oh my lord. Aim Lazarus. Oh. I click on it and it doesn't make my character path onto it. My character doesn't path towards it. The box to click on it is very limited. Volley's at 18 for modifier sitting at 3k damage. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you should be having an issue, because my volley isn't that much stronger than yours. I mean, it's a good bit stronger, but like I've had that setup before and I was fine. Are you sure you're using the poison setup? Yes. And what level are you in terms of like your character? Like, do you have all the points on the tree? Like, do you have this right here? Hits break 30 or 30% armor with ailments. So you have this right here. Hits break 50% armor with ailments.
Too slow.
So basically you have the same gem setup as I do, right? As well. The other thing I would say is maybe what you need to do is be a little patient, I guess. Because, for example, right now I have no charges, right? Sometimes you need to wait like half a second for your poison to actually go and break the armor. Also, what's your... Are you like leveling up poison magnitude too? Are you like increasing the damage of your poisons? On your tree? Like, do you have, like, you know, the poison, like, these poison nodes? Like this right here, right? Increase poison magnitude. The poison magnitude up here. Yeah, magnitude of poison plus one poison are very important, exactly. Maybe your damage is low. I mean, again, I think that the damage that you have shouldn't be like the worst thing in the world in terms of like generating frenzies. Here, let me go try to equip like a lower level bow and see how it is, right? And kind of get like my character's damage close to your character's damage. In terms of, like, the tooltip DPS. I had a friend who was barely focused on bleed magnitude. His bleed character, and he was like, "What the fuck?" When I told him to change magnitude, it increases damage like triple what he did. Yeah, magnitude is very important for the ailments. But okay, let's go and grab a different bow. Do I have any unique bows I could use? Maybe this one? What's my damage right now? Oh, that's way lower. Do I have any, like, better bows that I could use that are not that weak?
Hello.
If not, maybe we try it out. It's kind of about the same. You know what? We'll try it out, right? We'll go on the map. We'll try it out. Because this is even lower DPS than your bow, so we'll see how it goes. Do you think your build is possible to bleed? Oh yeah, no, of course. This build is actually based off of a bleed variant of the build. But I just think that this is better. I just think that poison's better. See, look. Even with this one, I just like, see? I'm using a much weaker bow right now. I have less tooltip DPS than you do. And I'm able to do this map just fine. Like, I've run out of charges again. Alright. I'm getting unlucky there. No charges. Let's release this ritual. Look. There it is. It's not damage. Damage is not your problem. Because I have less damage than you do. I think it might be your poison magnitude, bro. If you don't have that much poison magnitude, that might be a big issue. Make sure you have like enough poison magnitude on your tree is what I'll say. If you don't have enough poison magnitude, your poisons are not going to do damage and they're not going to be breaking armor. Because when you're lower DPS, like when your damage is lower, your actual hits are not going to be helping you that much with gaining like armor breaks. You're going to need the poison to do it for you. Poison's going to be doing the heavy lifting. Yeah. So about your question, Daniel, about bleeds, this build was based off of a bleed build. So I made this build after watching another content creator. His name is JTX. He made this build as a bleed version, but it's kind of like the reason why I made it is exactly like partly the reason why I made it was because of pretty much that exact same problem of like, hey, my damage is really low and I feel like I need to spin like 3 or 4 times before I can actually break armor. And the poison build basically makes it so that you can start breaking armor at a very low level of gear, whereas with the bleed variant, you can't do that because bleed there's no corrosion for bleed. Like there's no option for like, hey, let my bleed magnitude help me break the armor. That's not an option. So that's like one reason why I made this build. The other reason why is because bleed, you can only stack 1 stack of bleed. Whereas your single target, you're shooting a barrage with like, I don't even know how many projectiles it is. It's a lot of projectiles when you get the max frenzy charges, right? But yet, you only have 1 stack of bleed. So you're losing out on damage from your damage over time for that reason. So poison lets you have multiple stacks. So you can at least take advantage of a couple more stacks of that damage over time damage, as opposed to like bleed where you only have 1. But you can definitely play the bleed variant. It definitely works out. Another bug. Good to know. Yeah. For sure. Okay. Frit. Stupid bug.
Patience.
literally, chaos plants are the worst. Refresh. Bye. Refresh. Nothing. I don't know why alchemy orbs are so goddamn expensive on Ritual. It makes no sense. I have not gotten any more Ritual Precursor tablets, and that is annoying. I'm literally staying in these areas and not progressing in my Atlas because I want to get these Ritual tablets, but I am not getting any. Alrighty, boys. It is that time of the night again. It is getting late. So, unfortunately, we are going to have to kick it off to the last section of the stream, which is the Gacha giveaway. This is the part of the stream where we do a pool on the Gacha game. And if you get a 4-star hero or a 5-star hero, you win a prize. 4-star hero gives you a gift sub of the channel. 5-star hero gives you a $10 gift card to any game of your choice. All you need to do is participate in this marvelous game for your chance to win. Sadly, this is a Twitch-only thing, so if you're on YouTube, you will need to come over here on Twitch. If not, you can spectate and watch. See ya. All right. Have a good day/night. All right. Let's do this one. Jeez. All right, folks. Exclamation mark, play to join. Exclamation mark, play to join. Again, this is a Twitch only thing, so if you are on YouTube, you will need to come over. Exclamation mark, play to join. All right, guys, exclamation mark, play. Exclamation mark, play. There we go. Go. You guys have 60 seconds. 60 seconds. Yo, Sonic, if you want to join, you're gonna have to type in exclamation mark play. Exclamation mark play to join, guys. Don't miss out. You guys have Toad in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. All right, 30 seconds, folks. 30 seconds to join. 30 seconds to join. Exclamation mark, play to join. Don't miss out. Don't you dare miss out on this. It's your opportunity to take my money away from me.
Fuck you.
All right, 10 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Let's go. Alrighty. We are heading down the big old toilet bowl as per usual. The first one down could have a huge advantage over others. This time I'm going to win. I feel it. Yo, I wish you the best. All right, who's going to make it down first, though? Who is going to make it down first? Oh, we're getting closer, getting closer, getting closer. Oh, Daddy Cookie making it down first. Jungle Knock in second, Sonic in third. All right, folks. Come on. Yo, Mr. Astronice, you're way in the back in last place. Yo, if you want to win, you gotta kick it up a notch. All right, Danny Cookie still in the lead. Jungle Knock second. Sonic third. Going down the little heart shape. Rigged remake. All right, this is your opportunity to make it back. Come on, guys. You guys can do it. Who's going to be here to take down Mr. Danny Cookie? Oh. Everybody's catching up. Everybody's catching up. Wait a second. Oh, we have a new change in the leader. Sonic is first now. Jungle Knock is second. Apu in third. Oh my gosh. All right. Sonic's still in the lead, but things could change up in a moment. Who is going to be able to exit the hamster wheel first? Whoever does has a very good chance of taking it. Oh, Mr. Dust RG going to be the one to make it out first. Astrodice, oh, really coming in hot. Wait a second. You have a chance. You have a chance. Oh my gosh, everybody's getting stuck right here. Oh, okay. Toady coming in hot, making it through. First one through. Oh, congratulations, Toadin. You have won the Marbles game. Voiced IQ in a second. Astronice in third. Ooh, unfortunately not first. You came up a lot though. Fourth place is Sonic. Fifth, Miso Shiru. Sixth, Jungle Knock. Seventh, Danny Cookie. Eighth, Apu. Ninth, Fox. And 10 is Plysax. Unfortunately, Flying Frog and Dust did not make it. They perished along the way. Yeah, some people fell off. What can I say? I'm a skilled racer. It's in my blood. But all right, Toadin. Good luck. I wish you the best. 4-star hero is a 4.5% chance, and a 5-star hero is a 1.25% chance. So I wish you the best. Sadly, that is not a 4-star or a 5-star hero. So, unfortunately, you did not win the Gacha giveaway. But don't worry, even if you didn't win today, there's always a chance that you win tomorrow. But guys, I hope you guys have a good one. I'm going to raid you guys over to a non-Path of Exile stream. I'm sorry. But we're going to be raiding over to our good friend Alicia. Hope you guys have a good night. Enjoy her stream, and I will see y'all tomorrow. All right, I'll do my 10 squats. Yeah, last epoch tomorrow. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, there it is. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.